In the rafters once again on 88.1 as we get ready for Region 9 North Conference basketball. Good evening, I'm John Gabrielson. I'm joined by student Wyatt Barijka. And Wyatt will be driving the bus for us tonight here on 88.1 as he'll take over the play-by-play duties for the women's game. Joel and I will then take over for the men's game. And Wyatt, I know you've been doing a lot of prep for this, and I guess on the paper side of things, what do we look at between the Rustlers and the Trappers here tonight?
Well, I think rebounding is going to be a big one. Rustlers don't have as many rebounds per game as Northwest seems to do. So probably a big man battle or a big person battle under the basket for rebounding. I think that's going to be a big key. And for Central, I think scoring is going to be especially big, only averaging 48 points a game.
Right, and Northwest, I think 60 plus, I think is their average. I think it's going to be interesting also to see, we haven't seen these ladies from CWC in 5 games, 2.5 weeks, and only 5 practices. What is conditioning going to be like? What is game conditioning going to be like for this team here tonight? This is their first game since February 3rd. Yes,
Colorado Northwestern.
Yeah, they were on the road at Colorado Northwestern, got the call while they were driving, said, you need to come back. They had 3 positives they ended up with on the team and brought them back and put them in quarantine. They did come back. They've had 5 practices, and now here they are ready to get out and play the second season. We'll talk with Lindsay Fearing coming up. She is the head coach. We'll talk with her in our pregame interview about that and other items with the team as it stands for the game. These two teams kind of rivals, I guess, over the last couple of years for sure.
Yeah, splitting the last 4 games, each at their own opponent's home court. So Northwest has the rivalry advantage 15 games to 9, but it's been a split the last 4. So.
25th meeting, and they have won on each other's home floor the last couple of years. Cam Levitt is the head coach in his 3rd year. He was the interim head coach his 1st year, and then his 2nd full year as the head coach. And he said it's kind of a rivalry between these two teams. He said they ruined our sophomore night last year. He says we haven't forgotten that. And I think 2 years ago, the Trappers ruined sophomore night for Lindsay Fearing's squad. So it's a rivalry and how they go.
Yeah, especially first conference game too. I think it's a great way to kick off for both teams.
And you want to protect your home court, obviously.
Exactly.
It's so hard to win a college basketball game, and it's even harder to win a college basketball game on the road. And protecting your home court is obviously a big one. Let's jump into your Rustler report. We'll do that after this timeout. We'll tell you what the rest of the Rustler squads are up to. We'll do that here in a moment. This is Rustler basketball on 88.1, streaming live at rustlerathletics.com. Here's a look at your Rustler report as we look at what the other Rustler sports are up to. And It's a busy one going on. 3 teams competing, 2 more practicing, another one about ready to get practicing, and then a 7th one not long after that. But this is what your Rustler Report looks like. Of course, tonight it's a doubleheader of Central Wyoming College basketball as the Rustlers host the Northwest Trappers in men's and women's basketball. Then on Saturday, the CWC men and women are on the road. They will take on Western Wyoming on Saturday afternoon. Games are at 2 and 4 from Rushmore Gym in Rock Springs. CWC volleyball team is home for a final time. It's not their final home game, but it's their final time in a long time. They'll have 6 road games after they play Friday at home against Northwest College. That'll be a 6 o'clock game time for the CWC volleyball team. And again, I was going to mention tongue-in-cheek, it's a sellout tonight. Fans are at a premium. All the tickets are taken up tonight, and a big portion of those by the basketball parents and family. And really, you have to give it to them. They haven't played in 5 games in 2 weeks, and family just hasn't got to see them, and so they get first dibs tonight, and they'll take up a lot of the stands tonight as far as that goes. Still some student tickets available for the Friday evening volleyball contest against Northwest at 6 o'clock. Jake Rosenberg, he is our soccer coach, and Drew Schrock, our rodeo coach. Both of those sports are going on right now, and they're preparing for their first contests. I will have both Drew Schrock and Jake Rosenberg on the Thursday morning Rustler Sports Report tomorrow. You can catch it streaming on CWC Athletics, Rustler Radio Athletics, CWC Women's Basketball page, the men's basketball page, the rodeo page. We'll have it on the YouTube where people are watching the game from as well. And then golf will get after it here shortly, and the cross-country team will be doing some outdoor track and field. So all 7 of our boys and girls sports at CWC will be busy coming up here the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, it'll be a busy time for
you
not
and I,
really for us, but
you and I and Riley, because we're going to cover it all, as a matter of fact, and we will have it on the Rustlers Sports Network, across the network, if you will. We are going to take a short break, and we'll come back, and we will have an interview with our head coach. That is Lindsay Fearing. I caught up with her prior to today's game against the Northwest Trappers. She is next, and we'll also take a look at your starting lineups, and then Wyatt and I will bring you the play-by-play here in just a bit. This is your pregame show on 88.1. It is streaming live at rustlerathletics.com. Starting lineups on 88.1, as Wyatt will get to those here in just a couple of moments. And one thing that I forgot to mention in the Rustler report, and that is CWC Volleyball is home to the National Player of the Week. Alondra Hernandez, our libero, ranks 3rd nationally in digs right now, is this week's National Player of the Week. So apologize for missing that before, but congratulations to Alondra and the CWC volleyball team. So starting lineups, Wyatt, if you want to jump in and talk a little bit about what we'll see here unfold over the next hour and a half.
All right, so for Northwest, their starting lineup will have Raquel Turner. She is a 5'6" sophomore from Aurora, Colorado. Then we have Samaya Worrell. She is a 5'5" sophomore from Fountain, Colorado. My apologies. And then we have Shelby Trader. She's a 5'9" sophomore from Gillette, one of the 2 Wyoming players on this team.
Shelby Charter, by the way.
Oh, thank you for correction there. And then we have Cindy Prater. She is a 5'9" sophomore from Big Timber, Montana. And their last player on the starting lineup is Riley Iono. She is a 5'10" freshman from Aurora, Colorado. And for the Central Wyoming Lady Rustlers,
I have Riley as a sophomore from Bountiful, Utah.
Oh.
But nonetheless,
thank you for the correction.
And talking about this team, though, perhaps their best athlete and basketball player on the team is Adela Smutna from the Czech Republic, who did all of her classes online last semester. And coach saying she's just not quite in basketball shape as of right now, so he brings her off the bench in reserve, but you'll see plenty of number 15 here tonight.
For sure. She actually averages the most oh, nope, my apologies. She's doing pretty good for stat-wise, for sure.
Once she gets her legs and her lungs under her, she will be a force for this Northwest Trapper team for sure.
And then starting lineup for Central Wyoming, Edith Latui, 5'10" freshman from Salt Lake City. We have Sonia Astorga. She is a 5'8" sophomore from Ethity, Wyoming. Alexandria Terrazes, a 5'6" freshman from El Paso, Texas. And then we have Miley Williams. She is a 5'7" freshman from Sacramento, California. And number 31, Maya Riwaka, a 5'10" freshman from Leven, New Zealand.
And you had asked me if it is Maya's first start, and I think it actually might be Maya's first start.
Been seeing her coming off the bench. I haven't seen her start yet. So
yeah, and let me look at the game log here real quick. No, she started against Snow, and she did start against Colorado Northwestern. So Maya's 3rd start. So you'll see Latui Astorga. You'll also have Alex Terrazas, Miley Williams, and Maya Riwaka. The 5 that start for Central, they are in their home or white uniforms, the orange numbers and the black trim. Northwest, black unis, white numbers, red accents. Northwest across their front. Cam Levitt in his 3rd season. Lindsay Fearing in her 3rd season as well, assisted by Javaris Bellamy in his 1st year at CWC. And you know, you heard the coach, keys to the game. Can we score? Can we rebound? And and I think, obviously, how will the conditioning hold up for this basketball team here today?
I think conditioning is going to be the big one, especially 3 weeks since having a basketball game. So, and only 5 practices. So,
coach does have one more out that she said that, and I'm not looking down the roster to see who that might be but she said that while they had one more out, she knew what time the team was practicing. She went and worked out on her own somewhere, wherever she was living or quarantining at the time, went and worked out on her own at the same time. So helping build a little more team chemistry, perhaps a little bit, even though she's not there, she's still feeling it, and then getting some conditioning in there as well. It is real close to 5:30. Wyatt will have the play-by-play when we come back. We've got your national anthem coming your way here in just a couple of quick moments as Our PA announcer and athletic director, Steve Barlow, will take the mic here. And then one other note from the Rustler report that I did not write down, but there will be an announcement of a new golf coach, our third golf coach at CWC. That will come tomorrow, late tomorrow afternoon, and we'll talk about that. National anthem is next, starting lineups after that.
Getting the starting lineups for Northwest as Steve Barlow is announcing. About to get underway.
I think a height advantage coming to the Trappers as well here today.
Steve Barlow announces the Central Wyoming roster.
Edith Latui wearing number 2. Sienna Astorga from hometown, Wyoming Indian High School. Alita Moss and the Lady Chiefs going to play their first round of regionals tomorrow in the 1A, 2A battles. Miley Williams, the leading scorer for this Rustler team. And Maya Riwaka. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it's Maya's birthday tomorrow, which would make her, I think she turns 18 years of age tomorrow. So you talk about birthdays and sophomores and seniors, and she basically graduated high school at December semester, and then, you know, why not just go spend your first college experience clear up in from New Zealand up in Wyoming. And again, she is celebrating her birthday, I believe tomorrow. If not tomorrow, I think it's Friday. So happy early birthday to Maya as we get underway.
She'll tip off against Riley Onono. And tip is away, controlled by Northwest. Cindy Prater will dribble it around the arc, passes it up to Shelby Trader. Back all the way to Riley Turner. Goes back to Samaya Worrell. Gets a screen, pops a 3. Shot is in.
Yeah, Worrell straight away 3 at the top. Just kind of didn't really penetrate past the hash marks, really, and then almost getting a steal. And that's going to be the MO. Central's going to see a lot of full court pressure.
They've been seeing that a lot lately, too, as Central will still control the ball, as Astorga just driving through the defense, just pops a 15-footer and shots in and good. Getting the first bucket for Central Wyoming. All the way down the court, gives it. That is Riley Ono. Iono.
Riley with a nice little pump fake. Pump faked her girl up in the air and got the bucket.
Terrazas passes it up to Latui, and that's a foul and one. Central getting to the free throw line, only getting to the free throw line 12 times, shooting 12 free throws a game.
Iono is going to get her first personal, and that could be big down the road for foul trouble. She picks up her first 1 minute and 1 second into the ball game.
Shots up and good.
And we are tied.
Bringing it up is Maya Worrell. We'll pass it to Turner. Turner back to Worrell. Hand it off. Iono under the basket. Reverse layup, and that is a foul, and she will go to the charity stripe to shoot 2.
That was a great move by her to go on the reverse side and use kind of the hoop as the defender to block off defenders. I guess nobody's really up that high, obviously, but when you're underneath the hoop, you're not really a defender anyway.
First shot from Iono, up and off the rim. She'll shoot one more. This fan's trying to stomp in the stands to distract her. Apparently it works as Central will get the rebound. Bringing it up is Taraz, and travel call.
Yeah, Taraz has kind of got double teamed, and before she could do anything with it, they get her for the time the travel.
Northwest ball. Bringing it up is Worrell. Gives it to Tater. Pops from the charity stripe, no good. Rebounded by Utui. She'll get it off to Taraz. Passes it to Miley Williams. Pump fakes, dribbles, pops it up. Off the rim. Rebound by Ono.
Iono with a good box out, pulling that one down. Nice long pass ahead.
Great pass, but it is a little late call. I'll go against Central, and Trader will go and shoot 2.
Tartar.
Thank you again, John. Foul was committed by Latui as her first foul.
Couple of players coming to this team off of teams that have been disbanded, that being Gillette and Sheridan, and Tartar being one of those.
She misses the first one. We'll shoot the second one. Second one is off the rim. Rebounded by Astoga. Passes it to Latui. Latui will bring it midcourt, but she'll just throw that away, and it'll be Northwest ball.
Different group of officiating crew that we see tonight, and I think some of them will actually be reffing for the next couple of days, as we'll see them from the high school ranks as well as being certified here for college.
Worrell shoots a 3, misses. Rebounded by Northwest, but just goes out of bounds. And we still have a 5-5 ball game. Northwest ball out of bounds. Worrell off to Turner. Turner back to Worrell. Iono in the post. Shoots and misses. Iono one more time. That is off the rim, but it's rebounded by Northwest. Tartar, Iono. Iono will shoot it. Hits the bottom of the basket, and we'll have a carry call by Riwaka.
Yeah, that's why your post needs to find an outlet. Don't want them dribbling back down there, but Lindsey Fearing, after watching 3 rebound attempts go to the Trappers, looks to the bench and says, I need somebody to rebound. And here comes the freshman from Riverton, Alexis Motisi, on the floor.
Worrell will have the ball on top of the key. Gives it to Prater, and Worrell gets it back. Back to Prater. Shoots a 3, and that is good.
Prather out of Montana knocking down the triple. Their second 3 of the ball game. It's 8-5 and full court pressure against the Lady Rustlers. There's a travel.
That will be a travel call by Tarazes.
Going to see Serena Amuatui Savora into the ball game. She'll come in for Alex Tarazes.
Worrell gives it to Turner. Takes a dribble and passes it off, and that is stolen by Central Wyoming. Motisi that is layup no good. The shot was from Astorga, and Northwest will bring it up. Worrell pops a three. Off the rebound, and it's rebounded by
Serena. What's this called?
Oh.
Serena for you?
Astorga, Williams to Serena. Botisi passes it, it is stolen by Iono. Well, we'll pass it to Turner. Turner will pass it to Prater. Prater to Tartar. Tartar to Turner. And shooting three is Prater, and she will get it in.
Just a two. Left foot was on the line. Prather, by the way, is from Montana, and I asked the coach, I said, related to Jim Prather, the head coach of the boys team at Grable High School. He said he didn't know if there was any relation, but she's from Montana, Prather from Grable, so maybe not that far of a stretch as Riwaka has that ball handed to her and it doesn't go down, and it's taken out by Northwest.
Well, Prater will get it to Charter. Charter will almost get that stolen by Motisi. Northwest gets the rebound, and that will be a foul on Riwaka. And Northwest will go back to the free throw line to shoot two more.
Yeah, Maya kind of come in and clubbed her a little bit there, and she will get the foul. Other games going on. LCCC is hosting Eastern Wyoming today. Casper is at Western Wyoming, 8th ranked team in the country. Casper leading Western right now 61-23 in the ball game.
Prater with the first shot, and that is Northwest's first free throw make of the game.
Breaking that 5-5 tie. It's now 11-5 on 6 straight points.
And the second one goes in.
Now 7.
Scores 5-12 in favor of Northwest. Serena. Again, Northwest will forecourt pressure. Williams will try to bring it and gets it over the line. Serena, top of the arc, will dribble to the far side. Back up top, gives it to Miley Williams, but that is stolen and then juggled and out of bounds, and Central will get the ball.
Never quite stolen, but never quite there to possession as well, as she kind of volleyballed it around on the sideline. 9 seconds on the 30 shot clock to shoot.
Serena will try to pass it in, give it to Latui. Latui far two,
Had a good
and that
look.
is rebounded by Northwest.
Good wide open look at it, just couldn't knock it down.
Turner, three, in and out, rebounded. Tartar passes to Royal, Royal to Turner. Turner to Prater, and Turner will get it back and tries to shoot a floater, and that's no good, rebounded by Central.
Sam into the ball game, Sam Meadows. Boy, Latui was wide open at the 15-foot line, looked everywhere but at the basket.
Williams on top of the key will give it to Astorga. Astorga will bring it in, give it to Latui. Latui shoots it, no good, and rebounded by Prater. Worrell to Turner. Turner back to Tartar. Tartar lays it up and in.
Kind of zigged around the incoming defense, and Coach Lindsey Fearing is going to want a timeout as her team has given up 9 straight with 4:01 left to play in the first quarter of basketball. We'll take a break. We'll be back after this. It's Northwest 14. It's Central 5. We'll return here in a moment on 88.1, streaming live at rustlerathletics.com.
Coming back from the break, score was tied 5-5, and now Northwest on a 9-0 run currently.
Central had come out fairly aggressive, and Coach had talked about that. She said, you'll see it. I hope you see a difference in our girls. And they did come out very aggressive in the first couple of moments, scoring that 5 points, making it 5-5, but has since went south on them as they've not been able to get a shot to fall.
And Northwest will not press this time. Terrazas passes it to Serena. We'll give it to Latui. Latui to Terrazas. Terrazas lays it up and in, and that is her second bucket of the game.
Alex down in the timber, kind of cut towards the hoop in the trees and puts it off the glass and in.
Turner will give it to Worrell. Worrell to Turner. Passes it to Thornton. And the bucket was made by Prather.
She got bodied up a little bit as she let it fly and got it to go in.
Terrazas loses the ball, and that will be a turnover by Central Wyoming.
Astorga back into the ball game for Meadows for Central.
Bringing up the court is Hidea Thornton. Thornton to Worrell. Worrell gives it to Turner. Turner back to Worrell. Throws it to the post, but gets it back. Takes a three, and that is in and good.
Is that their third three-pointer of the ball game?
I believe so, yes. Latui to Terrazas. Terrazas pump fakes, puts it up, and makes it.
Alex from about 6 feet has been their offense so far.
Turner, guarded by Serena. Passes it to Worrell, and now back to Prather. Turner, three, good.
Well, they're knocking them down as Central's defense not coming out to cover those shooters, and they are doing exactly what you do.
Terrazas.
Unguarded, and that's knock them down.
Gives it, and that is a tip by Northwest, so it will be Central's ball.
Good sportsmanship by Raquel Turner helping up Terrazas. A lot of times you won't see that. You're in a different colored uniform, you're on your own, sorry, but Raquel helped pick her up off the court.
Serena will try to pass it in, gives it into Latui, back to Serena. Serena will pass it to Astorga. Drives in, tries to shoot it, and that is off the square, but gets her own rebound. Miley Williams, three, that's off. Rebounded, and that is rejected by Coleman.
Yeah, Tatiana Coleman playing a little volleyball out there as she spikes that ball down.
Central still keeps it though.
19 on the shot clock as it reset on the miss.
As Serena will get the ball. Guarded by Thornton, and it is back to Northwest. Worrell drives it in, and that will be a foul on Serena. And that will be Serena's first.
And Serena was going to go help her team, the other team up on that one, but Northwest's trio of players beat her to it. Minute 49 left to play, 22-19 our score. Northwest out in front after a slow start. They've heated up and lead it 22-9.
First shot is up and good. Second one about to come. It's up. Off the rim. Serena with the rebound. And will bring it up court. Taking it all the way with herself, but misses. And it's rebounded by Prather. Worrell will bring the ball up the court. Give it to Thornton. Thornton to Turner. To Coleman. Coleman back to Worrell. Gives it to Prather. Back to Coleman. Coleman lays it up and in.
Good job flashing across the post, and Central kind of not having an answer right now. If they play collapsed in, they get the three shot on them, and when they extended out, they got scored on in the post that time. Motisi will check back in next dead ball as Serena has problems getting rid of it.
Latui to Williams. Williams will pop a three, and that is off as Worrell will get the rebound, and Thornton, my apologies, will bring it up.
Central needs Miley to get on track. She's their leading scorer, and right now She needs to find her range and settle in and get something done.
Averaging 13 points a game, and Serena will bring it up the court and lay it up and in.
Got the steal and puts it up and in.
34 on the game clock. Prather to Coleman. Coleman will take it to the baseline, and that is rejected by Latui, and a foul on Northwest, so Central will keep the possession.
Shot clock is put to bed for the first quarter as Motisi comes back in.
Score is 25-11.
Good job by Latui with the block. Serena gassed. She wants out of there, and coach says, you've got 27 seconds and I'll give you a break with the timeout coming at the quarter. But you can tell this team a little bit gassed here in the early going of this ball game.
And Serena gives it to Astorga. Back to Serena. Takes the screen from Latui, takes it all the way in, and that is good.
Nice runner past Hannah Harris with a left hand, no less. And Serena with a bucket, 10 seconds left in the quarter.
Thornton to Tartar. Tartar will bring it all the way in, but gives it to Coleman. Coleman with the shot, and that is good.
That's how your quarter will end. A little bit of a slow start for the Trappers, but they turned it on, and they outraced the Rustlers in the first quarter to 27-13. Our score after the first quarter of basketball. More basketball to come after this timeout. This is Rustler Basketball on 88.1, streaming live at rustlerathletics.com.
About to begin the second quarter. Rustlers down 27-13 against Northwest. Prather having 9 for Northwest in the first quarter. And Terrazas with 4 and Serena with 4 to lead the Central Lady Rustlers. Central will start with the ball. Serena will bring the inbound in, gives it to Williams. Williams back to Serena. Serena will take a screen from Otisi to Latui. Latui, far two. It's no good, but Coleman will take the rebound and give it up to, my apologies, get the name here, Smutna.
Adela, again, was named the Athlete of the Year at Northwest, and they've got soccer, they have wrestling, they have rodeo, they have men's and women's basketball and volleyball, and as a freshman was named the Athlete of the Year, and that doesn't happen a lot. The coach told me that a freshman wins that as Central gets a turnover on the inbound.
Astorga will take it all the way in, and that is good.
Shovel it in with the right hand on the left-hand side, and then Ava Rasmussen about takes out a fellow volleyball player's head with the flag down there.
Tartar gives it to Harris. Harris to Thornton. Thornton back to Samuta. Takes a steal by Latui, and she will take it all the way in for the layup, and that is good.
Defense creating offense right now for the Rustlers as Latui with a pilfer on Smutna.
Thornton, oh, and that is a foul on Northwest. I believe that's Terrazas who took the punishment there.
And she gets beat up a little more by her own players in the celebration, but yeah, she takes the charge. I'm not sure if they're looking to see if she was in fact, well, the referee's talking, but that's as far as that goes. I was wondering if perhaps they were wondering where the charge might be, and yikes, that's a close one, and I'm not sure if she hit her head on the court on top of it.
But she'll stay in and bring the ball up the court. Takes it over the logo, gives it to Williams, and that is stolen by Thornton, and she will And that looks to be out of bounds as she fell. But Central did not touch the ball, and a couple turnovers already by Northwest. Terrazas will bring it up the court. Gives it to Williams, back to Terrazas. At the three-point, and almost stolen again by Thornton, and Astorga for three, and she will get it. Bringing the lead down to 7. Thornton will give it to Tartar. And that's a travel, and momentum going to Central. If you're Central, this is what you're looking for.
And it's kind of contagious right now for the Trappers. If it can go wrong with one, it's going to go wrong with somebody else right now, as they have committed about 4 turnovers in consecutive possessions.
As Astorga will have the ball, give it to Terrazas. Latui will bring it in and hits the box but up, but Motisi, and she will get it.
Bucket at home for the hometown kid. Nice job, Lexi.
22-27 in favor of the Trappers. Wardell, and a foul will be on Williams.
Miley trying to get in front of her, missed that first step and gave up the baseline and committed the foul. Casper right now leading Western 74-28. Casper, again, as I mentioned, ranked 8th in the country in women's basketball.
As that is a bad pass, but Northwest will get possession. Worrell, top of the three, step back, shoots it, and that is not touching anything as Central will get the ball.
It did manage to connect with the floor, but that was about it. It almost looked like a very good move as that little step back, but it just misses everything to the left and falls to the floor.
Terrazas will bring the ball up, give it to Williams. Astorga was thinking about the three, but takes it in, and that will be a foul, as you can hear it from up here.
You can hear it in the hoop mic for sure as Tatiana Coleman high-fives Astorga running down the lane.
Be her first foul of the game.
Gonna see Iono back into the contest. I like how both Northwest teams are kind of being led by small town kids. Jaron Fritz on the men's side from Glen Rock, a little 2A school outside of Casper. He's their leading scorer, and then a Buffalo kid is the on the list as well. And then you've got from Big Timber, Montana, Sydney Prather being a standout for this Northwest team as Siana makes 1 of 2.
And Iono will get the rebound, but give it to Worrell. Brings it up the court, guarded by Terrazas. Gives it to Turner. Turner to Tartar. Tartar will drive in, take her 2 steps. But Iono will get the rebound, and that is no good, and Motisi will get the rebound. Latui will bring it up court, far side. Takes a spin move, and that's gonna be a travel right there.
Had that ball knocked up in the air, and as she made the move, gathers it back in and gets called for the violation.
Northwest leading 27-23.
They led at the end of the first quarter, 27-13, I believe.
Worrell.
They've not scored in the first 3 minutes of this second stanza.
Turner, 3. That is off. Astorga with the rebound.
They had Miley, couldn't see her.
Gives it to Terrazas, 3. It is off, but rebounded by Latui. Gives it to Astorga again. That is off. And Turner will bring the ball up the court.
2 decent looks by the Rustlers, but empty.
Looked like a mishandling, but Iono will give it up to Wardell. Gives it to Turner, but that is missed, and Motisi will get the rebound. And Astorga will bring it up the court.
Central, I think, just wise to maybe run some clock here, but instead they'll go baseline and throw it up and miss it. I thought they'd run through their offensive progression a little bit as they're looking a little tired again.
As Northwest was getting the fast break, but foul will be committed by Central.
Terrazas, her first personal, 3rd team foul on the Rustlers. That will send Samaya Worrell to the line.
Worrell will shoot 2.
He has a Samira and a Samaya on this team.
First free throw. Again, fans trying to distract and will miss.
Capacity is 120 is what they're allowing in, and I think we have about 100 right now. That doesn't look completely at COVID capacity right now, but
second shot, no good.
Good box out by Meadows on Iono. Got position and pulls it down.
Terrazas will take it over center court. Gets it to Astorga. Drives it in, but loses it. Gives it to Williams. Williams drives it in, and that looks to be an offensive foul committed by Williams. It's a Northwest ball. Still 27-23 in favor of the Trappers. Worrell. Turner. Turner guarded by Williams, and she will drive in and miss all of it as Meadows will get the rebound and gives it to Terrazas. Terrazas will pass it to Williams. Williams deep two, and that is good.
Hopefully that'll get her on track. Leading scorer for the Rustlers. Her first bucket of the night? Question mark? Okay.
Well.
And it's a 12-0 run Central here in this first 5 minutes of this quarter to get back in the game.
As Charter will miss that, and Central misses again, but a foul committed.
Iono is going to be called over the back, and boy, the lid is on now for Northwest. Much like it was in the first quarter for the Rustlers, the lid is just clamped down the Trappers now. As Charter will check out.
Terrazas will bring the ball.
12-0 run by C-Dub. First 5 minutes of this second quarter.
Latui will just throw that away, but looks to be jump ball.
That's a good play by Astorga. It doesn't get him the basketball, but that was pretty much a turnover right there anyway. So what it does is it gets the arrow flipped, and we got a media timeout from Coach Fearing right now as Northwest will take the ball when we come back from the break. CWC Film Program is hosting an audition. They're looking for actors and actresses of all ages and talents. They will have auditions on March 2nd at the Riverton campus at the iTech building. Then on March 3rd, they'll be at the CWC Lander Center. You don't need any acting experience, and you do not need to remember and memorize a lot of lines, as you can just be there. CWC Film Program. Contact film instructor Jeremy Nielsen, jnielsen@cwc.edu. Also, don't miss the Rustler Sports Report talk show. It is a rundown of all things Rustlers. Tomorrow's show at 9 o'clock will recap both of these basketball games. We will also have an interview with Mary Moyle and Ava Rasmussen of the 2-0 CWC volleyball team as they will get ready for Northwest College on Friday night. And then we'll also talk with our head rodeo coach Drew Schrock and our interim soccer coach Jake Rosenberg. That is the Rustler Sports Report. You can check it out on all of the Facebook platforms from CWC Sports, as well as if you're watching this on YouTube right now, watching it through rustlerathletics.com.
I think if you're looking at Central, I think this is a good start for them. Bert? They don't
maybe not a good start to the second period, but
yeah, exactly.
Definitely bouncing back off the deck after getting down, giving up 27 points in that first quarter.
Turner will get the ball. Guarded by Nye. Iono in the post. Gets it in.
Out of the timeout, you can see Coach Levitt says, hey, we're kind of getting away from ourselves a little bit. Let's head back down to that post.
As Northwest will keep pressing and almost out of bounds, and there's a turnover off a missed pass from Nye.
Yeah, Nye did a good heads-up play of kind of throwing that along the inline so she could gather it back in, but the ball was rolling over the stripe when they gave the call as Motisi re-enters the lineup for the Rustlers.
Worrell will bring it up court, give it to Turner. Turner to Prather. Prather, and that is stolen, almost stolen by Terrazas. It'll stay with Northwest.
So kind of like when you have a short bench and not many subs, you're going to have to use your timeouts judiciously. And use those media timeouts. And I think that's kind of where Fearing is right now, Coach Fearing, because of the condition of her team after all of the time off. Boy, that was a travel, wasn't it? Yeah, finally called.
Late call right there.
Hopping down the right side of the lane, and Coach Levitt wanted a touch by a player to help avoid that travel call. Referee says nuh-uh.
As Astorga will give it open pass, but Motisi will miss that.
Good look, good idea, just couldn't finish it.
As Worrell will have the ball to Turner. Turner will drive in, and that is a foul committed by Central Wyoming on Latui.
Edith, the 5'10 freshman out of Salt Lake City, Utah, with her second personal. 5th team foul, so they will shoot the remaining 3:34 of the quarter. But a 12-2 run by Central in the first 6.5 minutes until that knocked down by Turner.
As Turner will try to get her second free throw, and that is good. And Turner will come out after going 2 for 2 at the free throw. Astorga to Terrazas. Beats the press. Gets it to Astorga again. And Terrazas will get the ball, pass it to Flanagan. Flanagan back to Terrazas.
Carly, also a Wolverine out there with Alexis Motisi.
Nye three. Oh, in and out. And that looks to be a foul on Northwest.
Yeah, Prather's going to get the reach as Astorga got the offensive board, but 2 seconds on the shot clock, by the way, when she let that three go, and it almost dropped.
And clock will reset for Central. 20 on the clock. Terrazas to Motisi. Motisi to Nye. Nye, and that will be a travel as she was trying to pump fake it. And Northwest will regain possession.
Coming up at halftime, we'll interview our head volleyball coach, Darshea Gallard, as they'll be taking on Northwest on Friday. We'll also give you stats of this first half.
Thornton to Worrell. Prather.
Central in a man-to-man defense.
Prather to drive it in, gives it to Worrell. Tries to reverse it, and she'll get that bucket.
Nice body control by Worrell to kind of go past the basket, then lean back to throw it in.
As Astorga was trying to go fast, almost travels by falling, and Terrazas will get the ball. Flanagan will miss that three. And Thornton will have the ball, will give it to Prather.
This quarter is a game of runs. Central scored the first 12. Northwest has scored the last 6.
Worrell, Prather. Iono to Thornton. Back to Worrell.
5 on the shot clock.
And pass attempt was blocked, but Worrell will hit it out of bounds.
Yeah, Motisi swatted it, and then Worrell trying to glove it, taps it, and it goes out of bounds. Thornton will exit Turner back into the contest for the Trappers, trying to set up full court pressure.
Terrazas.
Inside of 2 minutes left to play in the first half, as Central almost throws it away, and a foul is going to bail him out.
Foul was on Worrell.
33-25, as that'll put the Rustlers in the bonus and Astorga at the line. Casper has defeated Western, by the way, 80-33 in women's basketball. So Casper 1-0, Western obviously the other side of that as Astorga knocks down the first free throw.
Shoots it up and gets the second free throw.
33-27.
Turner will take the screen from Iono. And Motisi with the steal.
Great job.
Gives it to Nye, and she will have to slow it down. And we'll give it to Terrazas. Takes it in, but a foul by Northwest will stop for a moment. And Terrazas will go to the free throw again.
I was a kid when we played noon ball. If somebody fouls and you make a good pass that leads to a bucket, it's like, well, we'll decline the penalty and take the result of the play. And that would have been a great pass to Alexis that would have scored pretty handily right there from Terrazas, but instead she'll be at the line and knocks down the first.
Score is 33-28. Terrazas trying to make that a 4-point game, and she will.
Noon ball, the open gym is back at CWC. You can have 12 people in the gym, but only 2 at a basket, so that's a little hard to play noon ball. So
As well will take the 3 and gets it in.
that's a big bucket to answer right there, and that is kind of a disappointing moment for Coach Fearing as she watches them come down and give up that trifecta.
Now down by 7. Terrazas to Astorga. Pops her own 3, but misses. Flanagan and gets fouled and will go to the free throw line.
Good rebounding by Flanagan, who came shooting down the left side there, got in position, and Iono fouls her, and that's her third, which with a minute left in the second quarter is a big foul on Riley Iono.
Flanagan, first shot is up and in. And we'll
What do we
shoot
got,
one
Central?
more.
7 of 8? Is that official or?
That is unofficial.
Gets both.
Work on my stat keeping, John.
You're doing a great. You're doing a great job. Riley is. Are you a sophomore or a freshman? I know it's your first year, but I know with credits you could be a. Could be
I don't know.
Redshirt junior. I don't know. Nice job by Motisi from behind on Iono to knock that one away.
Now I will have to give it to Astorga. 33 on the clock. Flanagan back to Astorga. Take it down to the baseline, puts it up, and that is.
Well, she went right at Iono, and she didn't want to get her fourth, so she kind of let her go. But then I think Sienna was expecting some contact and didn't get it. 18 on the clock. The shot clock put to rest.
Well, we'll probably hold it to take the final shot. Iono with the screen. And it's stolen by Terrazas. 4 on the clock, and Motisi will take it, and she'll get it. Buzzer beater.
2 things out of that. Number 1 is going full blast, both players, to recognize to get that ball. But then I think the better part of it is the reaction by Motisi at full speed to glove it and lay it in with the clock bearing down on him. And Central outscores the Northwest Trappers 20-9 in the second quarter to bring this back into a ball game at 36-33.
I think Central, probably their best half they've played so far this season.
I'm going to maybe say best second quarter
Second
for
quarter,
sure.
I'll say that.
First half giving up 27-30. It was 27-13 Northwest at the end of the first quarter, and then the Rustlers kind of flipped a switch there in that second period, and they are down by 3 at 36-33. We'll give you some stats. We'll talk about this game, and we'll also get you an interview with our head volleyball coach coming up here in just a minute as we are at the intermission. It is Northwest 36. It is Central 33. This is Rustler Basketball on 88.1, streaming live at rustlerathletics.com. Back at the Rustler Gym, CWC trailing 36-33. They were outscored 27-13 in the first quarter, but come out and outscore the Trappers 20-9 in the second stanza to make this a 3-point basketball game, Wyatt.
Yeah, I think Central had a great second quarter for sure. Brought the lead back, or trailing down by 3 now, and Astorga with 10 points, leading the Central Rustlers right now currently.
Yeah, largest lead in this one's Northwest led by 16 at one point, and then Central comes roaring back, scores a layup at the buzzer to make it 36-33. We'll get to stats here in a second, but again, I'm John Gabrielson. I'm the instructor of radio broadcasting at CWC, and this is Wyatt Barichka. He is a freshman/sophomore from Cody, and new media is your major here at CWC.
Yep.
Hoping to do what one day?
Well, hope to be on ESPN, have my own talk show about sports. That's kind of the ultimate dream. But
you're very passionate about sports. I know you know a lot about everything, that especially the pro side that I don't follow, as I enjoy listening to you and Riley, which you have your own show Mondays and Fridays, I believe.
Well, we collab on Mondays, and then we're kind of on our own Fridays.
4 to 6.
4 to 6 on Mondays.
And there you go. And put Wyatt to work. And I will mention this. I commend you and Riley and TJ as well. As we don't have a sportscasting class. You and Riley and TJ have come in on your own accord outside of any class time to want to learn. And for one, as a sports guy, I appreciate you guys wanting to learn. And I think that's very cool that you're doing that.
Yeah, it's fun. You know, I wanted to do it for a while, so, you know, when the opportunity you presented came up, I was sold.
Well, here we are. We're watching CWC, and I think is this your, no, you guys got to do some basketball games at the tournament, I believe, didn't you?
Yeah, right at the beginning of the year, too.
Very green. And what are you, I guess, looking at calling a basketball game for those people watching and listening and tuned in to want to call a basketball game? What would you tell them? I mean, what have you learned so far about calling a sporting event of some kind?
Well, definitely preparation. You definitely have to prepare. You know, coming from doing high school football to college, that was a huge transition, since I'm not much of I don't know basketball as well as I know certain sports. So, I mean, the preparation is definitely one of the biggest things you would have to do, and then studying names. I mean, I'm still currently working on that right now.
I know you sat in my office today for about 90 minutes and a little bit yesterday. How much prep time for a 2-hour ball game do you think you've put in?
More than 2 hours for
yes.
sure. Definitely. I put almost 4. Just trying to look everything up.
And I just think that that's something cool that people need to hear, that, hey, we don't just show up and do the game. There's some preparation. And like Wyatt said, he's put 4 hours of preparation into a couple hours of a broadcast. And I probably have invested that as much in the men's game coming up here a little bit later. I do want to thank Cam Levitt, though, the coach of Northwest. I put out a plea every week to the coaches we're going to face. And I say, hey, help me out. Give me some pronunciations. Help me with this, and tell me a little bit about your team, as I would love to recognize athletes from both teams, in fact, not just ours, but kids that have overcome things, other types of things. And Cam Levitt, first thing Monday morning, was on the horn with me, and I appreciate him in doing that as well. So, Wyatt, I'm going to turn it over to you when we come back from the break real quick. But leading scorers right now, Samaya Worrell has 12, Sydney Prather has 9 to lead the Northwest attack. Raquel Turner has 5. Riley Iono and Tatiana Coleman each have 4 points apiece. 11 turnovers in the first half for the Trappers. Central, led by Sienna Astorga. She has 10 to lead the way. 6 points for Alex Terrazas, 5 for Edith Latui. Alexis Motisi has 4. Miley Williams, their leading scorer, only has 2 right now. Carly Flanagan has a pair of free throws in the contest as well. Central had 12 turnovers in that first half. Central would shoot 39% from the floor. Northwest 13 of 29 from the floor. Rebounding, a little bit difference of 21 to 19 in favor of Central, actually. in that. So that's where the game stacks up as of right now. Northwest hitting 5 of 11 3-pointers to help make up for the turnovers, and Central's 8 of 9 free throws. Central just 1 of 9 from the arc in the first half of basketball.
Yeah, I think Lindsey Fairing's goals coming into this game, I think so far are going well. Getting the rebound advantage and getting points on the board, that was her two big.
Yeah, 20 more minutes of basketball, so we'll see how that conditioning plays out. We'll take our final break. We'll come back. Wyatt will give you the second half of basketball after this timeout. Central trails 36-33 at the break. This is 88-1, streaming live on rustlerathletics.com.
$20 minutes left of basketball. Central is trailing Northwest right now 36-33 after coming down 16 points, and Central will begin the second half with the ball as Terrazas will start with the ball, get it up to Astorga. Astorga will drive in, and she will try to pass it to Williams, but Prather will hit it out of bounds.
Our officials, by the way, also double as 4A basketball officials in the state of Wyoming.
Central will have the ball.
One more week of the regular season for them.
Williams, 3, and that is blocked by Prather. And Northwest will bring the ball up. Worrell to Prather. Prather to Tarter. Tarter will bring it into Prather. And back to Tarter. Prather, saying about a 3, but didn't. Turner.
Good closeout by Latui.
And Worrell will get the ball back, as Iona will mishandle the ball, and Williams will get the ball as she passes off to Terrazas. Astorga, that was a little hard pass, but still able to handle the ball as Terrazas a spin move, and she'll get the first bucket of the second quarter.
Well, how about that to reload after that spin move and then find your bearings to knock it down? And Central, as close as they've been, they're down by 1.
As O'Reilly passes this to Iona, and Iona will score for Northwest to get their first points at the second.
Short-lived 1-point game as they come right down and make a nice little bounce pass and tally.
As Williams will pass it to Terrazas, to Latui, back to Astorga. Back to Latui, and she will pop a 3, and that is in, and we have a tie ball game.
Central trailed by 16 in this ball game at one point, and now have brought it even a minute and a half into the third quarter.
Prather, guarded by Astorga, gives it to Turner, and she'll pop a 3 with Terrazas guarding her well, and
I think Iona's lucky she didn't get her 4th foul, as Riwaka had position on her, but just knocked it out of bounds, and Central gets the ball and a chance at a lead.
Terrazas taking it up the court to Astorga. Astorga to Latui, Latui to Riwaka as she loses the ball, and
ouch.
That is a hard collision.
Yeah,
and looks like Riwaka is down.
Yeah, Riwaka and Latui went face to face in that exchange right there, going after the basketball, and Riwaka is down in the middle of the court, and Latui kind of trying to get her bearings after she got tagged right between the eyes as well.
Looked like she got knee in the head.
Maya's going to get up. Staggers a little bit trying to get up.
A little bit dizzy.
Hope that she's okay for sure. And so now, is there a timeout? There is a timeout, a full timeout on the court. We're going to keep it right here. CWC Discover Day is virtual this year. It'll be March 9th, 10th, and 11th. Students that want to see what CWC is all about, we'll be able to talk with faculty from programs, hear from a student panel. You'll learn about scholarships and campus life, all from the comfort of your device. RSVP online. You'll need to go to cwc.edu/discover. And we'll see you make your way at Central. That is cwc.edu/discover.
Looks like Rue Walker will have to go to the trainer room. So Motisi will take her place.
We hope Maya's all right for sure.
And we are back in action. Worrell will give it to Prather. Prather to Tartar. Guarded by Latui. Worrell will get the ball. Takes it back out to the 3. Gives it to Prather. And Iona will get the ball and put it in.
Northwest has answered pretty much each shot that the Central ladies have given them right now and haven't relinquished the lead.
Motisi will screen for Terrazas. Williams thinking about a 3, but will dribble it in and miss.
Miley struggling a bit offensively here today.
And that is a great pass and one. Bucket was made by Tartar.
Latui came in late, got her across the face. Be the and one now, and a 4-point lead back for Northwest.
First time for Tartar today at the charity stripe. Shot is off, no good, but rebounded by Prather, and that's a foul. So Northwest will go right back to the line.
Prather looked like she was the offensive rebounder there rather than the defensive rebounder as the two ladies got sucked underneath. And Latui's going to come out, and Serena's going to check in for her as that foul went against Motisi.
Prather will shoot the first one. That is in.
Central had been down by 16 at one point, drew it even at 38, but 5 straight by the Trappers now.
Second one is up, and it's in. Terrazas will bring the ball up the court to Williams. Astorga, guarded by Turner, takes it to the left side. Passes it to Serena and back to Terrazas. Terrazas takes a dribble, far 2, and that is off the rim and no good. Worrell to Tartar. Tartar tries to make the layup but miss, and that will be a jump ball, and that will go to the Lady Rustlers.
Central, Motisi and Turner from Northwest tying up that one. Alexis hanging on to get the arrow. And we're going to take a timeout. I think Central had the ball to begin the half, and I think it's going to be Northwest basketball. And that is exactly how it is. Central had the ball to begin the second half. And so arrow now faces Central, but not until now.
Worrell 3, in and good.
Wow, off the inbound, knocks down a triple, and quickly it's a 9-point advantage again, Northwest. And this is a big trip down the floor. Central needs to score here.
Terrazas, guarded by Turner, gives it to Serena, guarded by Worrell. Takes a screen off of Astorga, and Terrazas will get the ball back. Astorga to Williams. Williams dribbling and will shoot that and miss the board, but
they're going to call Prather on the foul on the rebound of Motisi.
Williams with only 2 points today.
Yeah, struggling for sure. She is a much better shooter than unfortunately she's been able to demonstrate here tonight.
As Central will keep control of the ball. Gives it to Serena. Terrazas takes it to the baseline, gives it to Motisi, and that is no good as Northwest will get the ball. Turner on a 1-on-3, so slow that down. Prather, guarded by Astorga. Back to Worrell, to Turner. Takes the screen, but that is a foul.
Yeah, it's a very late whistle, and sometimes the outcome of the play dictates a call. As she fell down, and I think that's when they gave the whistle of the foul, as Miley Williams is going to check out of the ball game.
Northwest ball.
Third personal on Serena, by the way.
Prather thought about it, and that is rejected by Motisi. And she will bring the ball up the court to Terrazas, and double team, lose the ball, and then have to go into a jump ball situation. This time it will go to Central Wyoming.
Well, Motisi was recruited by Sheridan to play volleyball, and then they dropped their program. She ends up at Central playing basketball, and there the middle blocker goes up high and swatted one down.
Central's ball. Astorga, long two, in and good.
Much needed bucket by Central. Don't want to go down by double digits after you had fought so hard to get it back even. Now you're only down 7.
47-40 is the score. Burrell takes a screen from Coleman. Goes around 2 screens. Gives it to Prather. To Turner. Guarded by Nye. Prather. Coleman takes it at the post, and that is rebounded by Motisi. And Central will bring the ball down the court.
We'll ask the coach in the postgame, but this may be one of the better games we've seen from Lexi, as there's a 3 by Siona that sticks in the wedges in the rim and the backboard, and the jump ball gives it to Northwest.
Don't see that quite often.
Not seeing any of the refs jumping up to knock that out of there either. So we've got our media timeout with 4:53 left. It is 47-40. Northwest out in front, as one of the CWC men's basketball players going to come out and knock that ball out. We'll take a break. We'll be back after this on 88.1.
Coming out of the timeout, Northwest leading 47-40, as Central will try to get back into the game.
Each team with 3 timeouts remaining.
And that was Turner kicked the ball. Obviously, that's a kicking violation.
Did she kick it inbounds?
She kicked it inbounds.
Well, you don't see that very often.
Well, the ref put it down on the baseline and started counting, so I wonder if they were just trying to hurry that up. As Terrazas will have the ball on top of the arc. Astorga to Serena. Serena long 2 again. That is no good, and Worrell getting a rebound. Worrell will give it off to Turner, who's guarded by Nye. Coleman tries to screen, but Nye will get around that, as Worrell will shoot the 3, and that is no good, and rebounded by Terrazas.
Just watch the replay on that inbound, and she did just ran in and kicked it in. Just plain and simple, like wasn't even a soccer throw in, it was a soccer kick in.
As Worrell will tip that out of bounds, and Central will keep possession. 25 on the shot clock, 4:20 left in the third quarter. Terrazas to Astorga to Serena. And she will bring it up and in. And that is a much-needed bucket for Central.
12 points for, that's not 12 for Serena. Sorry, I was thinking of Alex that had 10. 6 for Serena, and nice drive, and down to 5 points again.
Double team coming, and foul will be on Central, and that goes to Terrazas.
Alex kind of crashed into her hard there on Raquel Turner. Thornton will check back into the ball game, and Turner will come out.
Worrell to Prather. Tarter will give it back to Prather and give it back to Thornton.
Midcourt circle, work left side perimeter.
Coleman, and that is tipped and stolen by Central Wyoming. That is Nye on the steal.
Shot clock goes down to 3.
Terrazas gives it to Astorga, to Serena. And wide open is Nye. She'll take a 3 and off the front of the rim. And that is definitely going to go to the free throw line for Motisi.
Yeah, she might check to see if she still got her wallet after that one. She was clubbed pretty hard by 3 different trappers in there, and they were looking for the steal and the block, and Alexis with a big offensive rebound and a chance to go to the line.
Try to get this game down to 5.
Kiera Cutright out of Gillette, sophomore, checks in.
TC first shot is no good. Well, I'll try to get the lead down to 4.
Central just 4 players on the bench in addition to not having much practice, as Motisi can't get the second one either. Each team with 3 timeouts remaining with 13 minutes left in the ball game.
Worrell, top of the arc, tries to drive in, but we'll give it to Prather. Prather back to Worrell, gives it to Thornton, guarded by Terrazas. Fights around the screen. Worrell, drive it in, and
good job by Worrell. She jumped back into Nye, and that got the contact and the whistle.
She will go to the free throw line.
Casper College in Western Wyoming getting started. The men's game in Rock Springs. Very early in that one, 4-2 Casper out in front, a minute and a half old there.
Well, we'll take her first shot, and that is in.
LCCC taking on Eastern, but their live stream has died.
Second shot coming for Royale. And that is up and in. 49-42 is the score.
Central has gotten close. They tied it at 38, but they have not taken a lead in this ball game.
And that will be a jump ball.
Boy, Terrazas dribbled right into Thornton right there, and she just glommed on and gets the arrow to flip.
Terrazas.
Ooh.
Thornton with a close defense, as Astorga will give it to Serena. Back to Terrazas. Terrazas, underhand, and almost went in, but Northwest will get the ball and take it up court.
Zone defense doing its job right now for the Trappers.
As Prather 3, tried to, looked like she fell, but no call.
Yeah, I think she might have had a little help falling, as Camden, Coach Levitt calling for that.
Worrell will get the 3 and make it in. And looks like timeout will be called by Northwest.
Well, and back to a double-digit lead again for the Trappers with 2:05 remaining in the ball game. 52-42 Northwest. It'll be Rustler basketball with 2:05 left in the third stanza from Rustler Gym on 88.1, streaming live on rustlerathletics.com.
As Terrazas brings it up court, coming off the timeout taken by Northwest. 52-42 is the score, and again, Terrazas just dribbles right into Thornton, and this time Northwest will have possession.
Crowd thought maybe is a little quick on the trigger on a jump ball, but that's the second time she's done that, as you mentioned, and that one turns into a turnover.
Thornton will bring it up court, give it to Cutright. Cutright to Worrell. Worrell to Prather. Prather 3. That is inning good.
Got to find the shooters right now, and Central's not doing that. Northwest is dropping them.
Top scorer for Northwest only has 2 points, and that is Williams, who averages 13 a game. She has the ball, pass it to Astorga. Astorga, little drive in, but kick it back out to Terrazas. Thornton with the guarding, and just throws it up, and looks to be a foul on Northwest, and she'll go up to the charity stripe and shoot 2.
Thornton's going to get that call, and right now, if you're Coach Levitt, it's let somebody besides Williams beat you. And right now, Miley just 2 points, and it's having to be somebody else, and his team has a 13-point advantage. They led by 16. Central reeled it back into tied up at 38 apiece. And then since then, it has been an 18-5 run now.
As Terrazas makes the first free throw. Puts it up again, and that's good.
Turner back in. 55-44 as Worrell will leave.
Thornton will bring the ball up.
Ooh.
And that's just going to be a quick call on Terrazas.
And yeah, she got into her at the midcourt stripe, and Alex will pick up her 3rd personal foul.
Now Northwest will be in the bonus the rest of the quarter. Thornton to the free throw line, shoots the first one, and that is off the backboard.
It's off the left side.
Thornton will shoot one more. Shots up, and that is no good. So go 0 for 2 at the charity stripe.
There's nobody in there to rebound either, and neither one of those free throws were close.
As Terrazas has that pass tip, but Williams will recover it. Terrazas will miss that shot, and Prather will rebound, and Thornton will bring it up the court. Gives it to Turner. To Thornton. Thornton will give it to Cutright. Give it back to Prather. Prather drives in, but gives it to Turner. Turner missed, but that goes in for Prather, and she will have the and one.
Sienna Astorga gets the whistle, her first personal, and again back out to a 13-point lead, and all 4 Trappers will peel out of the rebounding lanes.
Prather at the line, shoots up, and that's good. So converts the and one, and Central will bring it up court. Serena to Williams. Goes around the screen by Motisi, but gives it to Astorga. Astorga to Serena. Take the screen off of Astorga. Motisi to Terrazas. Terrazas with the 2, and that is in and good.
Good find by Lexi as she found her on that short corner, buries it from 12. Shot clock expired, 12 to shoot in the game in the 3rd quarter.
Turner, guarded by Serena, but gives it to Coleman, and that is in and good.
Nice strong move. 4 seconds left. Alex looking at the clock, gonna have to put up half court and more, not close.
So Northwest will begin the 4th quarter with a 60-46 lead over the Central Wyoming Lady Rustlers.
Hard enough to come back from down 16 once. Now you're going to almost have to do it again here in the final 10 minutes of the ball game. Northwest out in front, 60-46. 4th quarter on the way. This is Rustler Basketball on 88.1, streaming live at rustlerathletics.com. Whistle welcomes you back to Rustler Gymnasium. 60-46 Central trails, but they will have the basketball to begin the fourth quarter. And to bring it your way, our student of the new media degree department, Wyatt Bridgepit.
46-60 is the score. Northwest taking the lead. Central was down by 16 earlier in this game, came back and tied it, and now it's going to probably, like John said, do it all over again, as Williams will get the tip, and she will get her second bucket of the game.
That's the sound you're used to hearing when Miley shoots, is the nylon nestles. Just her second bucket of the contest.
Worrell, guarded by Terrazas, gives it to Cutright. Back to Turner, back to Worrell. Gives it to Coleman. Coleman gives it to Prather, who's guarded by Astorga. Turner will try to get the layup, but will get fouled and shoot two.
Gonna go on, I believe, Serena, as Lexi got a pretty good block on her. Fourth personal foul on Serena. Amua Tuisavora.
Two shots coming up. First one off the front of the rim.
Hear the officials from the hoop mic underneath the basket.
Second shot is no good.
Good
And
box out by Siana.
Astorga will bring the ball down the court.
After giving up a couple of offensive rebounds on free throws prior to that.
Williams, three. And that is good. That is her first three of the game. And now already has 7.
Cuts the lead back to 9, and that's Central needs that to be successful. They need all the other contributors, and a steal by Astorga, the distance, and the bucket.
Astorga with 14 points in this game.
Well, the even quarters playing well for the Rustlers. Second and fourth, first and third, maybe not so much.
It's all about getting the lead this time.
Yeah.
For the Central Lady Rustlers, as this is the last quarter of the game, as Cutright will lay it up and in.
That was a nice move by the Gillette Wyoming product.
Terrazas gets it tipped. Worrell will get the ball. It's a 3-on-3 situation. Prather, 3. And that's good.
That is a dagger right there to A, give up the turnover, and then B, go down and in the first 5 seconds of the shot clock, give up a 3, and Lindsey Fearing is going to call a timeout. 8:11 remaining, back to a 12-point Northwest lead after Central had made a couple of quick buckets to grab it within single digits. It's now back expanded. Good news for the Rustlers. Maya Riwaka heading back out to the CWC bench after she left after a collision in the first half of the basketball game. Up next for CWC basketball, they will be on the road Saturday when they play more Region 9 North play. They'll be at Western Wyoming College for a men's and women's doubleheader at 2 and at 4. Next up, CWC volleyball is at home. That'll be Friday at 6. They will take on the Northwest Trappers. And then 6 straight road games for the volleyball team that will then conclude with 2 more home games at the end of March before the Region 9 tournament in Casper the following week in that first weekend in April.
Coming out of the timeout. Central down 65-53.
Men's game will be coming your way next. 25th meeting between these two teams.
And Central will have the ball. And Terrazas will bring it up. 2 timeouts left for each team, as there's only 9 players, 10 players suited up for Central.
Yeah, we were missing one in the locker room, injured a little while ago.
And 3 is no good from Latui.
It was a good look. It looked like it had proper trajectory and angle, but didn't fall down.
Worrell to Prather. Prather gets around the screen from Cutright, and Turner just wide open for three, and she'll make that.
Ouch. Big buckets by Coach Levitt's teams right here. Back-to-back threes push them back to 15.
Terrazas to Williams. Get a screen from Motisi. Astorga to Terrazas. She'll shoot a three. That is out. And that is rejected by Colwright, coming off a shot from Motisi.
Sound a little like skin out there.
As Coleman, layup, no good. Latui with the rebound. And she'll give it to Williams, who will just shoot the three and make it.
Off for 3 quarters, but nothing but on here in the 4th quarter for Miley Williams.
She's got 8 already. And Turner, that's a foul. Oh, they're going to call a travel before the foul. And Central will get the ball back.
She can't believe that call. To be honest, I just saw her streaking down the right side. I didn't see what might have been called the travel call, but instead of an and one, it ends up being a turnover for Northwest.
Terrazas will give it to Astorga. To Williams. Defense by Cutright. To Terrazas, to Williams. And she'll just shoot a three, and that is off the right side of the rim. Worrell will bring it down the court and give it to Iono, and she will mishandle that pass, and Lotui will get the ball back. To Terrazas, long two. Rolling off to the other side, and it's no good.
Nobody there but Northwest Trappers to rebound that one.
Worrell with the ball. 16 on the shot clock. Terrazas guarding, gives it to Iono. Prather to Worrell, and that will be a foul on Latui.
Latui read it well, knew that was coming, and blocked pretty well, but got her with the arm in her second. Actually, it'll be her 4th foul now.
Worrell will go to the line. Already has 20 points of the night. And we'll make that first free throw.
Midway through the first in Rock Springs, Western is leading Casper 20-15. They've just had to stop the game for a fight, unfortunately, which we've seen a lot of those in the JC ranks, unfortunately.
Worrell, second shot is in and good.
Having to
And
separate
substitution comes
players.
in.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good, my bad. My
No, you're
apologies.
fine. You're fine. Lexus is going to come out. Good minutes by the Riverton freshman tonight, Lexi Motisi.
Terrazas will bring the ball down as Central is down by 14. Gives it to Nye. Nye to Latui. Latui back to Terrazas. She will shoot a three, and that is in and good.
You know, she's been real close on a couple and then finally dials in and knocks that one down.
13 points tonight for Terrazas.
Central well above their scoring average, but unfortunately Northwest is skosh above theirs right now.
As Cutright has the ball, we'll give it to Iono. Iono off the left side of the backboard.
I think it's going to come off of Terrazas, out of bounds to the Trappers.
5:13 left in the 4th.
They have restored order down in Rock Springs, and they'll get back to playing that game now.
And that is blocked by Latui off a shot from Cutright. Astorga will lay it up and in and one. Astorga with 16 points tonight, and will try to get her 17th and bring the lead down to 8.
It is very hard to hit a layup when you're going full speed, let alone when you get fouled, and Sienna did both. And that's back to a 9-point game once again as they've got it into the single digits.
Big bucket from Central Wyoming, and she will make that one. That is her 17th point of the game. As Central is down by 8, and looks like a timeout from Northwest.
Cam Levitt, knowing our men's coach Brad Schmidt pretty well, works for Midwest Elite Basketball, which is a product of Brad Schmidt and former CWC assistant coach Craig Doty. And Coach Levitt doing some stuff for them. As we've got a timeout on the floor. Want to remind you to hit the Rustler Sports Report tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. You can catch it on all across the Rustler Network, 88.1 FM on the Rustler Athletics stream. And you can catch it on Facebook Live on either the Athletic field. They're announcing Alondra Hernandez, the National JUCO Volleyball Player of the Week. Our libero. She's walking out of the gym and just got recognized as the volleyball team goes crazy. But we'll be doing that Rustler Sports Report tomorrow, 9 a.m. You can catch it on Facebook streaming and on the YouTube page as well. 70-62, we're midway through the fourth. 5:02 left to play in the ball game. Trappers the basketball and an 8-point advantage.
Timeout was taken by Northwest. It's Northwest ball. As Central is looking for their first win of the season. Prather will get the inbound, and that is missed pass, and Astoga will bring the ball up and almost travel.
I think she did.
Missed pass. Refs don't call it, but Central will get the ball back as Meadows will receive it. Terrazas, three. No good. And Iona will get the ball for Northwest.
Good
Looked
look.
like it was a travel, but
yeah,
no call from the refs.
I think so, but like you said, they don't call it, didn't happen.
It's a say it, see it kind of thing. So Iona has the ball, gives it to Prather. Guarded by Astoga to cut right. Pass to Iona, and that's missed, and a 3-on-2 as Nye will get the ball, pass it to Meadows. Meadows to Terrazas. Terrazas, three. That is in and out for Central Wyoming as there is 4 minutes left now in the game.
Still an 8-point Northwest advantage.
Well, guarded by Terrazas. Gives it to Cutright, guarded by Latui. To Iono. Meadows guarding, and that is in good for Northwest.
Good position by Iono. She's played a while with 4 fouls too as well.
Terrazas to Astorga. She'll give it to Nye. Nye all the way to Terrazas, to Latui. Back to Nye. Nye to Meadows, and looks like that'll be a foul on Northwest.
Good ball movement.
4 players for Central, double digits tonight. As Latui has 10, Astorga has 17, Terrazas with 13, and Williams with 10.
That foul on Cutright, just her first. It's only the second team foul for both teams, by the way.
As Nye will shoot a 3. And the lead starting to go away for Central Wyoming. As that is her first bucket of the night. And that was a big bucket.
Down to 7 now, 72-65.
As Turner, guarded by Nye. Gets the floater, no good. Latui with the rebound. Terrazas to Astorga. To Latui, drives it in. To Motisi, and that's a foul. And Central Wyoming will have 2 free throws coming their way.
Williams started this quarter on fire. She's been on the bench as these 5 have been kind of the horses to ride, so to speak, as they start cutting into that lead once again.
As the first one goes in for Motisi.
How many points does she have?
5.
5 points for Lexi Tumo. They used to call her in high school a classmate of my daughter at Riverton High School, graduating this last pandemic springtime.
Big free throws from Motisi.
As did you, correct? You graduate last May in the pandemic. What did Cody do for graduation?
We did a parade.
Kind of a drive-by type thing? That's kind of what Riverton did too.
It's like a McDonald's drive-through. As that goes in for Morel.
Nice driving layup there on an answer to make it back to a 7-point game. 2:35 left to play in the contest.
Morel with 24 tonight. As Latui gets the ball, will take it in. Central's Makes it 3. Big 3, and a timeout is going to be taken by Central.
Central has come off the deck not once, but twice in this ball game. They were down 16 at one point. They were down 15 later after they brought it tied. And here they are finding themselves down by 2 possessions with 2:20 left to play in the ball game. We'll take a break and we'll be back after this. This is Rustler Basketball streaming live on rustlerathletics.com.
Coming off the timeout by Central Wyoming, only down by 4 after being down by 15. Big shots coming from Central as Northwest has possession. Prather with the ball, gives it to Turner. Guarded by Nye. Turner looking for somebody. She'll dribble it. Nye. Turner gets around the defense. That is no good, but Motisi, big rebound for Central as we have 1:51 left. Latui to Motisi. Motisi, that is in and good. And we have a 1-possession game for Northwest.
95 seconds remaining in the ball game.
Morel with the ball, guarded by Torres. Drazis.
And a hand check, got away with it.
And Prather, 3. No good.
He's been knocking them down all night, and that one doesn't happen.
And we're looking for the second tie of this game. Big possession, 1:18 left. Astorga to Terrazas, guarded by Turner. Motisi will set a screen for Terrazas, but gives it to Latui. Motisi shoots, no good. Gets her own rebound, and that will be a jump ball. And that is Northwest ball, 1:05 left.
You got to love the fight in Alexis on that one, though. After she missed it, she stayed with it. And now the arrow pointing Central with exactly a minute left to play in the ball game.
Central looking for their first win of the season. Northwest looking for a 4-game win streak. Worrell on top of the arc, guarded by Terrazas. Back all the way to the logo and give it to Prather. Prather to Turner, guarded by Nye. Gives it to Worrell. Gives it to Prather. Prather in, no good. Rebound by Terrazas, and we have a big possession coming from Central, and that is a turnover. That was a costly turnover as now their shot clock is gone.
Yeah, good idea. The execution just wasn't there. It's kind of a, I call it a blue line to blue line pass on a hockey term, and that was a long pass that she just couldn't hold on to. Now they'll have to D up, and they've got fouls to give, unfortunately, because they've only committed just their third. They still have 2 more before they put Northwest at the line. And that was something I was going to bring up about 2.5 minutes ago, but didn't work it in, and now it's more relevant than ever.
Yeah.
So
Northwest will keep possession again. 2 timeouts left, and they're going to use one of them right here.
now they'll get another foul.
You'll probably expect Central to do it one more time. And Northwest, and both teams have 1 timeout too, and they're going to get it right there and send Worrell, who has 24 on the night, go to the free throw line. Two shots up and coming. First one is up. That's in. Lead up to 3.
Yeah, she's not the one you want to foul. 87% free throw shooter.
25 points coming.
This one's big here. Is it a 2-possession game or a 1-possession game?
Worrell up, in.
3 fresh trappers checking into the ball game, and Lindsey Fearing calling a timeout for Central.
That'll be Central's final timeout with 22.1. Score is 76-72 in favor of the Trappers.
Yeah, 22 seconds remaining in the ball game.
Miley Williams will check in for Central.
I think Central's learned a few things about themselves here tonight, and that is that when they play well, they compete with the opposing team in there. As Again, they got down by 16 at one point, got it back tied. Got down by 15 at one point, got it back to a 2-point ball game, and had the basketball until the turnover brought that back, and they were forced to foul and put it back up to a 4-point game.
Yeah, it's been the even quarters this game that have been Central Wyoming's good quarters.
Next game up, CWC men taking on the Northwest Trappers. Jaron Fritz leading the way for those Northwest men. Leading scorer for them, Hayden Peterson from Buffalo in there, as well as they'll take on Central. Johnny Levias working his way into the starting lineup after he's thrown up a couple of double-doubles in the last couple of games for Central, as he'll get the start tonight.
22.1 left in the game. Terrazas down by 2 possessions, and that is a costly turnover for Central.
Yeah, out of the timeout, little miscommunication, and they'll just throw it away, unfortunately. And
timeout taken by Northwest.
yeah, Coach Levitt's going to catch a quick timeout, just a 30-second timeout. Casper defeated Western earlier tonight, 80-33 in women's basketball. Casper trailing in the men's game right now, 28-27 in Rock Springs. They have 4 minutes left to play in the first half of that ball game from Rushmore Gym. Men's game, Central and Northwest, coming up at the conclusion of this one.
You're Central, you're probably going to get just foul right here. Don't want to send Morel to the line as she has 26 on the night.
Well, and on the timeout, you get ball advancement as well to the hash mark with 18 seconds left.
Turner to throw it in and give it to Morel, and the one player Central Wyoming probably shouldn't have fouled will go to the charity stripe.
On her career, like I said, a 80-something% free throw shooter.
As the first one goes in, 77-72 is the score. Second one is up and in. Terrazas to Latui. Latui will drive it in, and that is no good, and be Central Wyoming ball. 78-72 is the score.
Yeah, they need to catch and shoot 3 and a foul.
Latui, Terrazas, trying to get a shot off with Astorga. Passes it to Terraz, and she'll make a 3. Terrazas 19, and that will end the game right there as Central Wyoming goes down against Northwest 78-75.
Yeah, scoreboard already reset on the scoreboard on your screen there, but 78-75. And we'll talk with Coach Fearing at halftime of the men's game, but honestly, woulda, coulda, shoulda tonight for the women, as a couple of times they could have folded the tent and faded into oblivion, and a couple of times they had a chance at leads in the ball game and didn't take advantage of those and end up on the downside of things here tonight, 78-75.
Yeah, I might kind of out of the wrong end, but obviously a lot of positives probably came out of this game for Central Wyoming. I mean, you wanted the scoring to go up from Fearing's 3 major things coming into this game. They got the scoring up, the rebounds were up, and overall they did a good second and fourth quarter in this game, just ended up on the wrong side of the scoreboard.
Yeah, unfortunately that is the case, and going to run down some final scoring stats here.
Northwest had 2 players go 20 plus, as Worrell will have 28 on the game and Prather with 20. Riley Iono finishes with 10, and for Central Wyoming, 4 players got 10 or more points, as Latui had 10, Astorga had 17, Terrazas finished with the team high of 19, and Williams had 10 of the game.
Final count 78-75. Wyatt, great job tonight. And got to do something once to do it better a second time, and I thought you did well tonight. And as the game went on, you got better and better, and I look forward to you doing some more of these as the basketball season progresses.
For sure. I'll prep more with names. I'll practice my naming.
You're doing great. Thank you again, Wyatt Barichka, our student broadcaster tonight. Thanks to our student broadcasting crew tonight as well. Newmark Rika Franca is our director. Jackson and Riley were up in the box here tonight as they were running cameras. We'll have a little bit more of a crew coming up here in just a bit as well. Final score tonight, the Northwest Trappers 78, the Central Wyoming Rustlers 75. Men's game coming your way in just a couple of moments. in the rafters in the press box at Rustler Gymnasium. Good evening, John Gabrielson, Joel Kindle with the second half of our doubleheader. A big thanks to Wyatt Barichka for stepping in on the play-by-play and taking over the reins in that women's game as Northwest defeated the CWC women 78-75. We'll have an interview with our head coach, Lindsey Fearing, at halftime of the men's game coming up here in just a minute. This is the 25th meeting between these two teams. As I'm going to write a halftime score down there. 25th meeting between these two basketball teams, and it's in favor of Northwest. They actually lead 13-11, but Central has won the last 3 men's ball games.
And that's in the new run of sports here,
right,
too, because this is a long-time opponent for CWC from the first time around. I was going to ask you one question about the women's game, and that is, did you address the fact that we're coming off a huge, weight, too, to play like they did, which was obvious from the games we've seen was the best we've seen them play this year?
It looked early like conditioning was a factor, and then through media timeouts and some other strategic timeouts by Lindsey, I think just pure adrenaline of the team being competitive in the game kept them, I guess,
in the
game.
First run, too, I think Northwest got cold. I think that helped a lot, too, I do believe.
Yeah, down by 16 one time, tied it, then got down 15 and came back, had it within 2 points and had the basketball, but couldn't complete it. Northwest wins it 78-75. The men's game coming your way here in just a few minutes as we'll have an interview with our head coach, Brad Schmidt. We'll also give you the starting lineups in this ball game as we get ready for Region 9 North basketball. They're at the half in Rock Springs, tied at 34. Casper and Western Wyoming tied at 34 at the halfway mark in that ball game. On a break, when we come back, it's the interview with the head coach, Brad Schmidt. That's next. This is Rustler Basketball, streaming live on rustlerathletics.com. starting lineups in tonight's basketball game, as it's a dunk fest out here right now for each of the teams, as the referees have not returned from the locker room as of yet. The Trappers are out there dunking the basketball all over the place. Women's game again was in favor of Northwest. They win it 78-75 was the final score.
Is that the most points we've scored in the game this year?
I'll have to go through that and look, but
I'm guessing it might
I'm going to
be.
venture a guess and say yes, that it's much. We're averaging around 43, so to come up with 75 was a pretty good effort by Coach Fearing here, as the Rustlers now putting on the dunk fest on the other side of the gym right now. Let's give you starting lineups in this ball game, and we'll start with the Rustlers first. They will start number one, a 5'8" sophomore out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the leading scorer on the team at 14 points a game. The 5'8" point guard is Jalen Gentry. Getting a start tonight, the 6'5" freshman. He's number 2. He's scored a game-high 23. Last time out, had a double-double the time before that out against NJC from Vallejo, California. Averaging 12.7 rebounds is Johnny Levias. Number 3 is a 6'6" sophomore out of Portland, Oregon, as he is, again, a 6'6" sophomore averaging 13 and 8 is Abdi Dahir. And then they're moving Caden Koch out of the starting lineup tonight, as he had been in the starting lineup previous, but they have moved him out of the starting 5. Number 5 is Jalen Searles, a 6'7" freshman out of Seattle, Washington.
Who did not start early in the year either, for that matter.
6'7" freshman. And then Davis Richard, the three-point sniper, has kind of cooled off from a hot start. The 6'3" freshman from Frederick, Colorado, averages 10 points per ball game. And he wears number 10. So Gentry, Levias, Dahir, Searles, and Richard, the 5 that will start for the CWC Rustlers.
They used to have a small number, I think, because those are 5 of the 6 lowest numbers on the team that are starting.
Then on the other side, for the visitors from Northwest, dressed in their black unis with red and white accents, number 0 is a 6-foot freshman out of Buffalo, Wyoming, averages 8 points a game, is Hayden Peterson. Number 4, their leading scorer out of Glen Rock, Wyoming, the small town outside of Casper.
You don't expect to say that, do you?
Yeah, exactly. A 6'3" sophomore, averages 16 points per ball game with 3 rebounds, 35% three-point shooter, and he's hit 29 of 82 on the season. He scored 30 in the win over Western Nebraska with 8 three-pointers in that ball game, is Jaron Fritz.
And that's an asterisk-looking ball game when you look at their schedule.
Yeah, it's an aberration kind of, so to speak, so we'll find out how it plays out here against the Rustlers tonight. Number 12, a 6'4" freshman. He averages 12.6 rebounds per ball game from Eagle Mountain, Utah, is Gabriel Gutierrez. Number 13 is a 6'1" freshman, averaging 11 points and 6 rebounds from Albuquerque, New Mexico, is Shea Oyeku. And number 14 is Jerome Mabry. He is a 6'5" sophomore. He averages 10 points and 7 boards per ball game from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. They are coached by Jay Collins, as Jay is in his second season at Northwest College, as he had some seasons as an Idaho State assistant and also other places. 4 players have started and played in all 10 games for this team. They lost by 21 to Lamar, who Central lost by 7 in overtime on their home floor, and then beat Western Nebraska by 11 to see just kind of where they're at.
It just looks weird.
Yeah.
To look at they've not played nearly the schedule that we have played. That's something to jump right out at you.
Trappers 6-4, have won 5 of their last 6. The Rustlers are 1-7 and lost their last time out in overtime at home against Western Nebraska a week and 1 day ago. And the Rustlers, coached by Brad Schmidt, assisted by Sam Harrison. Again, 1-7 overall as the Rustlers being introduced and hamming it up for the camera. Again, the 25th meeting since Central brought hoops back in 2009. Northwest leads 13-11. Central, though, has won the last 3. Central won both last year and then won the second half of the split the first time around. We have 3 different officials than we had for the women's game. A completely different trio of officials for the men's game here tonight. The women's officials were also 4A Wyoming basketball officials that'll
We've seen them many a time.
Get some tournament action under their belt next weekend and the following weekend.
Could be this weekend too, I'm thinking.
They're 4A refs though, so they'll get some 4A
you can't do
action.
other classes?
I
think
just-
sometimes because you've got these Wednesday and Thursday games, you sometimes see different sets, I thought.
Ball will be controlled by Peterson in the backcourt, and Northwest will have first crack at it, dressed in their road black uniforms. As Oyeku, guarded by Jalen Gentry, gives it to Gutierrez. Levias will switch on him in the corner. 10 to shoot as Levias knocks it out of bounds. It will stay Northwest basketball. Central in their home whites, orange numbers, black trim, rustlers across their front.
Well, they sawed off a lot of time on that dribbling exhibition there.
I'm John Gabrielson alongside Joel Kindle, our new media broadcast crew, giving us the sights and sounds. 5 to shoot. Oyeku gives the ball up to Mabry. He'll fall down, and they'll throw an air ball, and that one misses everything, and it's taken away by the Rustlers. Rebound by Jalen Searles, who sports a different hair color, as Davis Richard going to be called for an offensive foul on Jaron Fritz down in the corner, and that will be a turnover on CWC. First turnover of the basketball game. I mentioned it in the girls game, but a couple of their players being led by local small town products, and it goes this one as well with Jaron Fritz, the Glenrock product, and Hayden Peterson from Buffalo, as Fritz has it underneath to Peterson, gives it to Gutierrez. He'll shovel it underneath. Gutierrez gets it back. He'll put it off the glass and in. Boy, just one more extra pass, and they finally got it to drop.
I thought that Sidney Prather out of Montana
Big Timber, Montana.
did a nice job. Kind of a steadying type of player in the gals game.
Levias also had a couple of Gillette products on there, one that played at Gillette. Boy, they got a wide open player underneath Levias. Gutierrez, as Levias bodies him up and puts it in off the window, and we're tied. Long pass up ahead. Fritz can't control it, but he'll save it in bounds. Gutierrez kicks back to Oyeku for 3. That's off the mark. And the rebound by Abdi Dahir, but he travels with it right out of that.
Yeah, I think the defensive pressure kind of threw him, and it just kind of he tried to go over the top, and by doing that, it forced him to take an extra step.
Second turnover of the game on the Rustlers in the first minute and 41 seconds. Gutierrez, Oyeku will trigger the inbound. Looking for Fritz. Oh, wide open underneath, but he'll dish it out to Peterson. Gutierrez dribbles, takes it to the glass, misses, put back, doesn't go. But another attempt for Oyeku. That 3 misses, but another offensive rebound.
Interesting, Fritz backpedaled as if he'd made the shot that last time.
And misses another 3, and Gentry, the rebound, and one exhibition there.
I think he had his shot actually kind of blocked, was able to maintain it to pass it.
Richard, they don't switch again. Levias on Gutierrez, kicks it in the corner. Searles for 3, that's no good. Rebound by Dahir. Three-pointer, Davis Richard, he left him open and he sniped him for 3.
And if he is on, that changes kind of so many things for CWC, really.
5-2 Rustlers, the early advantage. Our first lead change of the ball game. Fritz hands it off to Peterson. Davis Richard on him to Mabry. Back to Peterson. Now Mabry drives in on Richard, and an offensive foul going to be called.
Might have been a Oscar-winning performance there, perhaps.
Going to be called on Mabry. Yeah, I'm kind of the same opinion. I think Central gets the beneficiary of that call. 3 minutes into the ball game. 5-2 Central. Richard, right side, outside. Cross courts it to Searles. Baseline, Abdi, left-hander for 3 in the corner is no good. Pushed back up by Levias. He'll put the rebound up and in. Johnny Levias working on his double-double stats that he's posted in the last couple of games. It's 7-2 Central. Central 1-7 overall. Looking for a little home consistency here as Peterson has Richard on him defensively. Hands it out to Oyeku.
We saw Peterson do some damage at the state 3A tournament a few years ago.
Yes, we did, for those Bison. Fritz floating 20-footer is an air ball. Actually, it's about a 15-footer. It's an air ball that Mabry picks out of the air and puts back in.
Shot that turns into a pass, basically.
Right side, Levias driving, floating, missing. Gutierrez the board. Long pass up ahead, Fritz off glass. His easy bucket lay-in is good. 7-6 the score. Central with a 1-point advantage. We're 4 minutes into the ball game.
As our friend Mike Reagan would say, he's got herder blood.
And they're going to go for an offensive foul. No, it's going to be a missed dunk by Searles as Peterson gets the call, his first personal foul. You know, you think of Glenrock, I hate to say this, but you think more of the Ray Kubala football herd of Glenrock, and not so much the basketball side, but Jaron Fritz certainly putting his mark on it as Abdi's free throw is no good.
They have an outstanding gal player that we've seen in the junior college ranks, I think, in the last year or two. I think we've seen somebody from Glenrock as well there. Volleyball, I don't think we have.
Abdi gets neither of the two.
We're not expecting the pass and a turnover.
Second turnover of the game on the Trappers. Jack Klumak into the ball game. Hands it back to Davis Richard. He'll light up a long three off the back of the iron. Long rebound comes to Oyeku. 7-6 Rustlers the advantage. Baseline, Mabry. Actually, excuse me, that's Jaquel Goss into the ball game. Fritz way out to the midcourt circle to Oyeku. 13 to shoot.
It's
Gutierrez.
like a four-guard lineup that they've got there.
Fritz for three, knocks it down, his first of the night. Again, he had 8 against Western Nebraska, and we'll get a timeout called as the Trappers take back the lead. 15:06 remaining, 9-7. Oh, blood time. As
something just didn't look right, but I wasn't sure what it was.
Jalen Searles, I think he might have cut his hand when he went up on that dunk a little bit ago on the rim and the net. As Caden Koch will check in right on cue. Coach said it'd be around the 15-16 minute mark. And here is Caden Koch into the contest for Central, the 6'5 freshman out of Vegas. And then Central will throw it away as they play catch at the top. Klumak throwing it over Gentry's head out of bounds.
Klumak points to himself saying, my fault.
Back into the back in for the first time.
Said.
Trey Sims checking in, 6'5 freshman from Ogden, Utah. Good for 4 points per ball game out of the stat sheet. Gutierrez, elbow outside. Peterson for three.
I wondered if he might have shuffled his feet there, possibly.
Kind of thought that myself as Levias with another rebound. Johnny backing down Gutierrez, leans in, off glass is good. 6 points, Levias. And are we going to get a technical foul called?
There's been a little bit of chatter going on already, I've noticed, between these two teams, and I think that's what we've got.
It is, as Johnny Levias will get the technical and his first personal. Tied the game at 9s. We did see as Peterson's going to go to the free throw line, we did see a stop in play down in Western for a fight that broke out there. Western leading Casper now by 5 with 14 minutes left in that game, 53-48. Peterson misses the first. Second one is on the way and good. They are 69% free throw shooters. And he breaks the tie. It's 10-9 Trappers, 14:36 left to play in the first half of basketball. One ref talking to one coach, another ref talking to the other, and the third one talking to somebody in the crowd. Peterson, and we'll get a foul away from the basketball. And it's going to be whistled on Goss. Jaquel Goss away from the basketball will be the 4th Northwest turnover in the ball game. Also a new Rustler in, Jake Maddox into the Central lineup, and a reach foul going to be called on Northwest. Jake, a 6'1 freshman out of Los Lunas, New Mexico. That foul is on Oyeku. First personal, fourth team foul on the Trappers. Koch will take the inbound. Hands it back out to Klumak. Coach Schmidt calling out signals. DeHeer, baseline. Going to be an offensive foul as he ran over Gutierrez. And Abdi will get his first personal foul and a third turnover in the contest on Central. Still looking at Jalen Searles behind the Rustler bench. Adam Simon, the athletic trainer, working on him. They said the foul was on 12. Gutierrez is the one that took the charge. It was on Abdi, number 3, as they have 12 on the board, but it's not on him, obviously, as he took the charge. Oyeku to Gutierrez. Sims on him defensively in a man-to-man. Fritz gets free for 3. Little off balance, doesn't get it to fall, and Sims the rebound for the Rustlers. Maddox yo-yos, takes it to the left side lane. Good as he falls to the ground. Central back the lead now. Our third lead change. 3 on the way. Misses. Koch the rebound.
We're getting the sense that Northwest is going to live or die by the 3.
Yeah, they like to shoot the trifectas. Maddox for 3 on the baseline is an air ball saved by Peterson.
Notice how he could stay in bounds there where he caught the ball.
Tightrope the end line with 13:20 remaining, 11-10 first half. Gutierrez beat up by Sims. Searles going to check back in. Next dead ball for the Rustlers. Penetrate, kick it right side. Goss for 15, drains it, and a lead change again. Coming up at halftime, we'll interview our head women's coach, Lindsey Fearing. Team falling by 3 tonight, but a much better game effort. Maddox in the right side corner, baseline, shimmies, drives, bank it, got it. Fritz tried to play a little bit of defense, but got out of position and just kind of let him go by. Trappers down by 1 with a basketball. Fritz to Peterson, Maddox in his grill. One hands it out to Oyeku. Sims will be on him defensively. Fritz now with DeHeer on him defensively. 3 on the shot clock and a pilfer by Sims. He just took it away. He'll go the distance, stops, hooks it back to Klumak, and we'll get a blocking foul. Gutierrez stepping in at the last second is going to get the blocking foul.
Over the objections of Coach Collins.
He could see it coming. I just don't think he got there fast enough. The official, I guess, reiterating that as Klumak will go to the line for Central. Klumak, 81% free throw shooter. 18 of 22 on the season. First is good. The Oregonian, Jack Klumak.
That's the name of the major newspaper in that state, by the way, is called the Oregonian.
There you go. Andre Loigu into the ball game, wearing number 1 for Northwest. He is from Estonia.
Not sure what their newspaper is.
The Estonian. Second by Klumak is good. Klumak out, Peterson, Gentry in.
I think it's the Estonia Rocket Miner.
Estonia Telegraph. 15-12 Rustlers by 3. Right side, Mabry loses the handle on it. It's taken away by Searles. And then they'll give it right back to Mabry. Trading turnovers. Oyeku, the distance, loses the handle off his leg, out of bounds. Central basketball as here comes Stephen Long.
I think DeHeer may have knocked it off his leg.
Stephen Long checking in for Abdi. Stephen Long, 6'5" freshman out of Tigard, Oregon.
Boy, CWC all over their bench already.
I think everybody but Gaza's checked into the ball game.
Wide
open. Long from the pass from Searles, wide open underneath. He lays it up and in, and Central with a 5-point advantage now. Loigo across the timeline. They have a headline on their website. as that ball is almost stripped away from behind twice in a Rustler foul. They have a headline on their website that says Trappers signed 6'9" from Estonia. And then you look and he's listed at 5'11" on the program unless they had another Estonian that did not make the roster.
I think there's a problem with the metric system being used in Europe. I think is what happened.
Foul got whistled on Searles, by the way. Inbound three, Peterson drains it.
We've seen a few Buffalo shooters in our day, haven't we?
Big shot out of that one. Yeah, the other one playing for Eastern Wyoming College.
Still? Is he still there?
Played,
he did.
Yeah, he did for a couple of years. Nice turnaround in the paint by Jake Maddox. He's got 6. His name escapes me, the Eastern Wyoming. Got in that double overtime, scored 42 points.
And we had his cousin playing golf for us, Sarah Schroeffel.
Yes.
Choral reading will be coming later here.
Gutierrez for 3, no good, long the rebound.
His name wasn't Sarah Schroeffel.
No, last name though. Trappers 6 of 16 from the field, 2 of 10 from the arc. Sims is rejected by Mabry.
Well,
Wow.
rejected on a dunk attempt even.
Media timeout coming shortly as Oyeku up top, Gutierrez baseline. Estonia for 3, that one misses by Loigu. And the rebound by Searles. Searles driving through traffic, goes into Gutierrez, and that'll be an offensive foul.
And I wonder if the coach helped his cause deliberating somewhat on the last non-charge.
Jalen Searles with his second personal foul. 10:06 left. Dahir, Levias, and Davis Richard back into the Rustler lineup. Liam Guthrie checking in for the Trappers. 19-15, Central by 4. Loigu, guarded by Long. Baseline, Guthrie, and a travel violation on Liam Guthrie will be the 8th turnover of the ball game, and we'll get our media timeout. 9:50 remaining in the first half from Central. It is the Rustlers 19, it is the Trappers 15. Back with more basketball on 88.1 and rustlerathletics.com. Thanks to our student broadcast crew under the direction of Professor Amanda Nikoloff. Wyatt Barichka, who is our play-by-play guy last, he's now directing back in the studio.
He'll be playing third base in the nightcap.
He'll be giving us water at halftime, hopefully. Levias at the top of the key. Get the rest of our broadcast crew here in a minute. Gentry, man-to-man defense by the Trappers. Gentry launches in, a 12-footer goes 10. Rebound by Levias. Out to Abdi, baseline to Levias, and we'll get a foul on the floor as he collided hard with Mabry. Shot clock did not reset, by the way, but the foul will get it back up to 20. Goss checking in as Mabry checks out. He gets his second personal, and he got popped in the face pretty good on that last exchange. Richard triggering the inbound to Long. One-on-one with Guthrie, gives the ball up. Abdi forcing one off glass, but he knocks it down.
I think forcing is the operative word, but he does make it.
6-point lead, Central, their biggest. 21-15. Loigu, 10-foot floater, rattles out of there, Long the rebound.
A couple of boards in the short time he's been in there.
2 points, 2 boards for Stephen Long. Long three by Gentry, rattles out, and the rebound by Goss. That was a long three there. Another long three from the other side clangs out. Levias the rebound. Levias, a couple of Euro steps and he'll put it off glass and in. 10 points already for Johnny Levias as he got the start tonight. Had 20 against NJC a week ago or a week and a half ago, and 23 a week and a day ago. And now he's already got 10. Loigu, guarded by Levias, bounce it to the baseline. Back to Loigu, ran around Long and lays it off and in.
I think Long was playing for the steal, and then the overplay, when he didn't get the steal, it was a layup.
Central posting an 8-point lead, their biggest up until that, now makes it 6. Gentry. Back out to Dahir with 10. Abdi has it stripped by Loigu, taken away by the Trappers. Loigu, left side, Oyeku won't shoot it. Loigu gives the ball to Gutierrez, who was trying to set him a pick. Oyeku, baseline 18, drained it just inside the 3-point line. I'm gonna backtrack on you a little bit here as it's 23-19. I think this biggest lead has still been 6. And a blocking foul.
It was 8 because I think they just made 2 buckets in a row. I was go with your first.
23-15, it was an 8-point lead. Foul is on Goss, his second out of that. I'm missing 2 points. Well, I actually have 2 more points for Central than should have.
Well, then their biggest lead is 10.
Yeah. Gentry at the line. Free throw is good by Jalen, leading scorer by Central.
One of the most personable guys. I visited with him today, in fact, but you always will see him in the hall. Very easy to chat with and very willing to chat.
Jacob Schilder into the ball game for Northwest. He wears number 2. Jacob, 5'10", sophomore from Vegas. 24-19 Central.
Remember there was a year, a couple of years ago, we saw players from Vegas all over the place in that league.
Gutierrez runs down that rebound by the missed shot from Gentry, and then taking it the distance is Loigu, and he'll lay it up and in. 4 points for Loigu, and a player on the sideline is a turnover by Central as Searles will check in. 6 turnovers by C-Dub. 24-21.
I wonder if in Estonia, if you take it coast to coast, if it's like from the Black Sea to the Caspian or something. I'm not, or Mediterranean, I'm not.
Yeah, I don't have good enough geography handles for that as Klumak fouls Loigu. Klumak with his first personal. 6th team foul on Central. 6:53 remaining in the first half. 24-21 Central. Loigu. Ball gets tipped. He was going to grab it, but realized he was out of bounds and decided to let it go.
And it would have been a turnover had he done that.
Inbound and a tie-up.
Well, he threw into a jump ball, basically.
It's going to be Central basketball. Great job by Jake Maddox tying him up off the inbound, and that'll be turnover number 9 on the Trappers.
Yeah, Maddox has had some good minutes in this game so far.
Yes, he has. Tied at 63 apiece in Rock Springs. 8 minutes left to play in that ball game. We had a little earlier start than we did here. Levias penetrates, hops around, and a blocking foul going to be whistled. Mabry will pick up his 3rd personal foul. Are they gonna Did the ball go in for one? I think, yeah, coach was saying count the bucket. They're going to say that the foul came on the ground. The shot did go in, but they call the foul before the shot. Mabry's going to leave with 3 personal fouls, and we will see for the first time in the ball game Colton Thorness. Colton, the 6'7" freshman out of Big Fork, Montana. Had a Big Timber player on the women's team, Big Fork, Montana.
We're going to counter with some Bighorn and Big Piney players, I guess.
Free throw good by Levias. 25-21. Get my stats sorted out at halftime. Got to put in my request for stats with Sarah. Second one, good by Levias. I have him unofficially for 12 and a 5-point Rustler lead. I actually have the Rustlers with a 7-point lead, but I'm off by 2. Loigu penetrates off glass, missed it, and the rebound by Levias. 4 boards by Johnny Levias. Then he just loses it on the dribble. Loigu the other way, wrap around, good as he zigged and zagged and puts it off the other side with the right hand. Quick pass, Sims firing for 3. That one's off the mark. And then Klumak over the back will be called for the foul on the rebound.
Whistle came a little late on that.
Schilder will get credit for the rebound and we'll get a timeout called as Koch checks back into the ball game. 5:58 remains first half. Central 26, Northwest 23. More basketball from 88.1 streaming live on rustlerathletics.com on the way. So the foul on the rebound on Klumak is going to put Schilder to the line for 1 and a bonus on the 7th team foul on the Rustlers. First is good, and he'll have another. Northwest College, 69% free throw shooting team. Schilder gets both and comes out of the ball game as Jaron Fritz will check in to his place. It's a 1-point game, 26-25 now. They buzzed the buzzer as they inbounded it. So I think they'll reset the shot clock to 30, they do. Klumak takes the inbound, hands it back to Levias. They're waiting for him at half court. Coach was waiting for that. Levias, pump fake, nice pass. Koch, as he thought about it as an afterthought, and dishes it down low. Koch with easy lay-in. Loigu to Fritz. Partially blocked by Klumak, taken away by Levias. Good job by Jack on the defensive side. Gutierrez falls down. Searles, rise, Klumak in the paint, spins for 6, and it will no good. Koch with the one-handed rebound, the reverse lay-in will not go in, and Thorness the rebound. And then driving the paint, shot is no good on the other side. Searles the rebound by the Rustlers. Searles back outside. Klumak for a long three, front of the iron, no good. And Peterson the rebound. Central right now, 1 of 8 from the arc. 50% from the field though, 12 of 24. Northwest 10 of 24, 42% as Peterson will knock down his second trifecta.
You notice when Ligo was into the ballgame, they changed what they were doing, though, so much more inside. He was driving rather than, settling on threes, which has given them the tie right now, however.
28 apiece with 4:28 left to play in the first half. Koch back to the basket, bodies his man down and puts it up and in as he just worked Thorness down under the hoop and puts it in, and then Fritz cannot handle it. Oh, nice play by Hayden Peterson as he knocks it off of Levias, and it will stay Trapper basketball. Gentry, DeHeer, and Long in for the Rustlers.
It's sort of like an MO of Buffalo. You're scrappy. It's just something that you would expect from somebody from Buffalo to do, to make a play like that. Because we have a Buffalo volleyball player now, don't we?
Ashlyn Ibaugh. Peterson takes the inbound, hands it back out to Oyeku. Gutierrez with Long on him defensively. Drives, has it knocked off his leg and booted out of bounds. The 10th Trapper turnover with 4:01 remaining. Going down to the wire in Rock Springs. 71-68, Western leading by 3. They have 5 minutes left to play in that ball game.
I don't know the game being played at this time.
No, LCCC and Eastern are, but they've had some TDs with their feet as Maddox misses the 8-footer. He sit at 10 and goes over the rim and take it away the other way. Trappers trail by 2. Driving, Fritz runs into a wall, and Koch got his own rebound back twice. 3-pointer on the way, no good. And DeHeer the rebound. Abdi to Gentry for 3, no good. Abdi taps it back up and in. DeHeer the offensive board and the putback.
That's big too, because he was it for the rebounding, which you were going to get there, and he tips it in.
32-28, Central by 4. Their biggest lead has been 8, we think. And a foul away from the basket is going to be on Caden Koch. And that is Caden's first. 17 minutes into the game, and that's our first on
start, though.
The big fella. No, I understand that, and Coach had said that. He didn't start him because he usually will have 1 or 2 in those first couple of minutes. And he's a big guy, but he's deceptively smooth and agile. And I think Coach,
pretty quick footwork.
As Coach says, that kind of deceives some people into thinking he's fouling when he's just making a good move, as that free throw is good by Goss.
Unfortunately, not that deceptive this last time.
Nope. 3-point game. Goss makes it a 2-point game. And Guthrie back in for Jaron Fritz. Fritz has 5 right now. It's Peterson with 7 as he's dead-eyed a couple of trifectas. Right now, Northwest 3 for 13 from the arc. Just 23%. DeHeer, Gazelles through the lane. They'll call him for a walk. And it will be turnover number 8 on the Rustlers. Fritz, very quick respite as Guthrie back out. 32-30.
It's a pretty good battle at that point guard position with quick on quick.
Ball thrown in. Gutierrez, how'd that get through there?
It's a good recovery to make the basket as well.
A couple of Rustlers had beads on it and come up empty, and it's tied up now. Maddox penetrates. Guthrie takes the charge. It's Gutierrez takes the charge. Maddox will get the foul, and another Central turnover makes 9. Gutierrez taking the charge again. 32 apiece. Klumak in for DeHeer. So it's Maddox, Long, Gentry, Klumak, and Koch, the 5 on the floor for Central. Gutierrez, Oyeku, Peterson, Fritz, and Goss in black, and a timeout called by Coach Collins with 2:19 remaining. We'll keep it right here. Again, we'll talk with our head coach, Lindsey Fearing, at the break of this one. Her team falling 78-75 earlier. Casper defeated Western Wyoming 80-33 in women's play. And then Casper and Western's men right now are battled it up, and Western's starting to pull away a bit now. 77-70 the score.
If you need rustler stuff.
CWCbookstore.com.
Yep. They feature hoodies, quarter zips, vests, t-shirts, and even sports-specific t-shirts. They also have stickers, mugs, blankets, and more. CWCbookstore.com. Kind of bigger typewriter, by the way.
Need my plus ones here.
I'm gonna need a +3.
2:10 left in the half, 32 apiece. Central and Northwest, the Region 9 lid lifter, if you will. Shot clock down to 5. Oyeku, 2-1, lets it fly short, bounces off the head of Long, but he'll grab it in on the rebound as it skimmed off the iron, hit him in the face. 5 lead changes, 4 ties in this ball game. Gentry kind of held, and the whistle comes late as he was held by Oyeku. Second personal foul on Shea Oyeku.
That's been a pretty good matchup both ways, really. And maybe a call a foul each time they match up, in fact.
Loigu will check in for Shea Oyeku.
And he didn't hurt him at all when he was in before.
1 in the bonus for Gentry, as each team at 9 fouls right now. Jalen 84% on the season, 31 out of 37, and he'll get the first. Gentry 2 for 3 from the free throw line today. He has only 2 points. Nobody in double figures except Johnny Lamias, who I have at 12, but we'll check those official stats at half and see where I came up with an extra bucket. As Gentry 1 for 2 again. And now a foul in the backcourt on Stephen Long is going to send the Trappers to the line.
That's a pretty good collision for just getting a rebound there, it seemed like.
First personal on Stephen Long, and to the line, we'll see Gabriel Gutierrez. Gutierrez, by the way, he is a 62% free throw shooter. And he'll clang the first off the back of the iron. 16 of 26, his numbers. Trappers from the free throw line. Second one is good. They're 6 of 8.
Well, they were both long, but that one just not as long and is able to fall.
Fritz will come out. Guthrie back in with 97 seconds remaining in the first half. Klumak and Gentry play catch as they break the pressure. Back to Klumak, baseline corner Maddox, back to Jack. Trying to find short corner, 3 Maddox, no good. Long though, the offensive rebound. Minute 10 left as the Central Rustlers work the clock. Shot clock at 7 now. Gentry penetrates, takes it the distance, scoots it to Long, baseline off glass as the shot clock was down to 3, and he'll knock it in. 35-33. Peterson, his third 3, yes, nothing but net. Peterson has 10, and we're seeing the lead change back. 36-35 Trappers now, their first lead in a while, the 6th lead change of the ball game. Klumak, 37 on the game clock, 15 on the shot clock. Gentry on Loigu, contact, 6 on the shot clock. Kick it out to Maddox, 4 to shoot. Baseline Gentry with 2 is going to be short, and the rebound by Peterson. Back the other way, Peterson spots up, pump fake, got Koch in the air, who still blocks it. Out of bounds, it will go Central basketball.
That's part of that quickness you were talking about earlier right there, as he got faked out but still was able to continue the play and make a block.
Great job, Caden Koch. 8 on the shot clock, well, 8 on the game clock, shot clock is gone. Gentry running past players to Klumak, baseline 6. That is good, and Central On the 7th lead change of the ball game, we'll take a 1-point lead into the intermission. At the end of the first half, it is Central Wyoming 37. It is Northwest College 36. Stay with us. We'll take a look at halftime stats. We'll also have a halftime visit with our head coach of the women's basketball team. That'll be Lindsey Fearing. She'll join us after this. 37-36 Central on the halftime scoreboard. This is Rustler Basketball on 88.1, streaming live at rustlerathletics.com. Welcome back to the half from Central Wyoming College. The Rustler men leading 37-36 as we saw several different lead changes in that ballgame. 7 lead changes, 4 ties in the contest. Northwest's biggest lead was by 2, Central's by 8, and that's where we're at. Actually 5 ties in the ballgame, 7 and 5, and it's 37-36 right now. Earlier tonight, the CWC ladies fell 78-75 to Northwest, and we're joined by our head women's coach, Lindsey Fearing. And you had talked about it in the pregame, Lindsey, when we talked, and you said that the light bulb has come on this team, and we're going to see a different squad out there tonight. And in a lot of ways, we did see a different squad for your team.
It was such a fun game. Whenever a coach after a game is not mad with the situation, no matter what the score, something went well. And we had 2 weeks off, and we did that and only lost by 3. So for me, that is very, very promising for what this team can do. And yeah, the light bulb is there. You can see it with, whoever came in, they came in, did what they needed to do.
And I'm going to go back to that here in a second, but this was a game you got down by 16, tied the game at 38, and then got down by 15 again and battled back, down by 2, and had the ball twice at that juncture. And unfortunately, through shoulda, coulda, woulda, ended up falling by 3. But points that they could have said, ho hum, here we go again, folded the tent, but battled back both times.
Yeah, they played with their heart today. They were tired, but I think is their heart. Everyone was in it. Everyone wanted to win. Honestly, this is probably the first game where I felt like every single person wanted to win on our bench.
And you look at minutes, you know, everybody that came in seemed to contribute here tonight. Carly Flanagan, a couple of free throws in her short minutes. I thought your other Riverton product, Alexis Motesi, might have played out of her mind and played her best game.
Oh my gosh, did you see that block that she had?
Yes, I mentioned she had got recruited for volleyball, by the way.
Yes,
I just shared
yes.
it, so.
She came in, she had great minutes. She almost had a double-double.
Yeah, 8 points,
you know,
9
make
rebounds.
make one more layup, and you know we're right there. But every person that came in, they came in and did what they needed to do. We had, I mean, everyone has a number. There's nothing that has zeros with any one of my kids on this.
Yep.
On the scoreboard.
I thought it was weird. It seemed like you looked tired when the game started, which seemed odd because you seemed to build up energy after being tired to begin with.
Yeah, I think in the beginning they were super nervous, especially having 2 weeks off. That 2 weeks off, I told them, I was like, something is different, and I think it worked. I think the 2 weeks we needed it. And so I think they just psyched themselves out as far as how the game was going to end up coming. But once they started to get settled in, you saw it.
So what caused the 2 counter punches John was talking about after you got down by those 2, you know, double-digit plus leads?
Their will not to quit. I honestly think that if we hadn't had this, you would have saw what we had seen in the beginning of the year, and we would have laid down. But that 2-week break, it changed something in them. I think it changed their will to do whatever it takes, their will to want to win, and be together.
Do you kind of wish this was a multiple game weekend for you in a way after having this one tonight?
Yeah, I do. I'm super excited for what's down the road. If we, you know, I told them, I want you to forget about this game, but I want you to think about it, because everything that you guys did is what we need to do in the next game, minus a couple, you know, less turnovers, maybe a couple more assists, maybe a couple more layups. If you look at our 3-point, they made 10 out of 21. We made 8 out of 24. We lost by 3. We make 1 more. That's the game. You make our 3 free throws, 13 out of 16. I mean, that's the game. We take 2, 3 less turnovers. That's the game.
Yeah, they weren't a bad team either. That's the other thing I thought about them. I thought they would some very steadying influences on their team, and maybe that is maybe what happened at the very end because they'd been there before, maybe.
Yeah, I think obviously when you've been playing more games than us taking a break for 2 weeks,
Right.
it's always at the end. They're used to situations and all that stuff, whereas us, we're just trying to get back into things, and we haven't had much time to go over situations where, you know, we are down 2 with the ball. What do we want to do here? Definitely not turn over the ball, but you know, I have freshman PGs right now, and you know that's going to happen.
Casper defeats Western tonight 80-33, and you'll get Western on Saturday. Unfortunately, got to go to their place, but I think another chance. Obviously,
yes,
you're in that one. I think
yes.
It's yours
It's
to
up for
go
the
down
taking.
and get. Yes,
I think everyone except Casper, and I mean they're tough. They're just really good. Is up for the taking in our conference right now. So definitely looking at that and wanting to compete. You know, we're just trying to do better than what Western Wyoming did when it comes to Casper.
yeah, 80-23 there. Lindsay, how is Maya doing after the collision with Edith Latui?
She's definitely going to have a minor concussion.
Darn it.
And it's okay. Things like that happen, and, you know, that's why I try to tell her that stuff like that happens. She's a tough kid. She'll fight her way through it. She'll be all right.
And it happened on a hustle play,
Yes.
too. It's not like it's something that, you know, was in the game of the game.
Yes,
So
yes. You know, that was something we didn't see before our 2-week break. And I'm just going to keep saying it. Something changed in them. Something clicked without me having to coach them for 2 weeks. So
just don't
maybe-
practice before Saturday.
maybe we just need to keep having breaks and
You
they'll
know,
figure it out.
some coaches have talked about that nationally, about not having the Christmas break this year, and they said that was detrimental, not having it, because a chance to recharge, reassess, and redo and start
Yes.
anew. So
Yeah, what I took this 2-week break from is, okay, so we play games in the beginning of the year, typically, right? Then we go on Christmas break where it's 2-3 weeks, so you get away from each other, you get away from coach, you come back, you're regenerized, you're ready to go. Our 2-week quarantine was our Christmas break.
There you go.
So I think it changed things. I think they're talking like I'm talking on the floor, and that's what we need.
I'm sorry I didn't get you anything over your.
Almost got a nice present tonight.
Almost.
Lindsay,
almost.
thanks for coming up. Best of luck Saturday, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Yeah, sounds great. Thanks, guys.
You bet. Lindsay Fearing, our women's basketball coach. They came up short tonight, 78-75. And I did not hear how Eastern and LCCC turned out. Their web stream crashed, so I didn't get to check that out as I report that back to the coach. But appreciate her coming up and giving us that. We'll give you some stats after this timeout. Central with a 37-36 advantage. Stats coming your way in just a minute. This is Rustler Basketball on 88.1. 37-36, Central out in front. And I wondered if I had killed bikes and turned them back on and everything else. Anyway, here we go. Looking at some stats in this one. Johnny Levias with 10 first half points. I had him
came very early.
12, and that's where my points came away from. Jake Maddox with 6 good minutes for Jake. 4 points apiece for Dahir and Klumak, Koch and Long, and 3 points for Davis Richard, 2 points for Jalen Gentry for CWC as Central out-rebounded the Trappers 23-17 in the first half of basketball. So 23-17. And I'm going to make some adjustments here. There we go.
Going back in time, it was nice to hear the Coach Faring, that is with that up-tempo, being able to talk about something other than what we've had to talk about previously this year.
Right, and it was a rough post game with Coach Schmidt last time, you remember, after the overtime loss to Western Nebraska. Leading the way for the Trappers, Hayden Peterson, 10 points, as he's done so with a trifecta of threes. Andre Loigo with 6, 5 each for Fritz and Gutierrez, 4 for Goss, 2 for Schilder, Oyeku, and Mabry right now. Foul trouble, Mabry has 3. He's the only one with 3. Klumak has 2. He's the only one with more than 1 on the Central roster right now as far as foul trouble is concerned. 37-36, Central out in front. Back with the second half. It will be Trapper basketball when we come back after this timeout on 88.1. Scott Gabrielson, Joel Kindle, high atop Rustler Gymnasium. Davis Richard, Johnny Levias, Jalen Searles, Abdi Dahir, and those are your 5 starters for the Rustlers. Dressed in white, orange numbers, black trim, Rustlers across their front.
It's something we haven't talked about. Nice to hear, too, that we had maxed out what our crowd could be tonight to go to this game or these games, which was nice because I don't think it's happened before in any of our broadcasts. In fact, we had no fans for a while.
Yeah, 120 is the number as Fritz for 3 off the start of the second half misses. Should be Levias, his 6th rebound of the ball game.
Yeah, great block out there.
And ball booted out of bounds by Oyeku.
But that kick inbounds play in the women's game was something
That was
interesting.
kind of wild. I'll talk about that in a minute. Peterson, Fritz, Gutierrez, Oyeku, and Mabry, the 5 on the floor. As Searles, that's for the Trappers. Searles going to take it the distance and an easy lay-in for Jalen Searles. Quickly back the other way. Fritz, baseline, shut off by Levias and taken away by Levias. Gives it up ahead to Abdi. He'll take it on the left hand, on the right-hand side. Dahir, the lefty, puts it in. Central on a quick 4-0 run in the first 45 seconds of the second half, building back a 5-point advantage. Fritz for 3 on the left side, left it short. It will bounce off Searles out of bounds and stay Trapper basketball, and they'll take a quick timeout. We'll take it, we're not going to take it with them. That inbounds play we were talking about from the women's game was sometimes you'll see when a team comes out of a timeout late, the referee will put the ball down and start counting.
Yeah.
That is exactly what happened, and the young lady from the Trappers knew she was running out of time, just walked up to the ball and kicked it inbounds. Just kind of.
But you know that's going to be a turnover. You're not really sure what's on the clock if you kind of pick it up and scoop it over
I was going to
that
say,
thing.
if she had scooped it over the line, would it have been legal?
I'm kind of curious if like she would have lifted it over the line. Kristen Porzingis earlier this year in the NBA for the Mavericks dribbled in from out of bounds.
And got away with that,
yeah,
I believe.
That's
Yes.
right. So should have tried that.
Don't miss the Rustler Sports Report. It's every Thursday at 9 a.m. We'll stream it on several different Facebook platforms of the Rustler Athletic Nation. Also on this YouTube channel and on 88.1 FM. We will talk with volleyball players Ava Rasmussen and Mary Moyle. And we need to get our Player of the Week for the National JUCO ranks on there. Alondra Hernandez of the volleyball team. CW volleyball team will play Friday against Northwest at 6 o'clock.
She was taking tickets for the second game here, by the way.
3-pointer by Gutierrez misses as he and Searles get tied up. Abdi the rebound.
Well, that's a travel. He had to take a step before he could gather the ball.
I was entering stats and missed it. Richard has 1-3 on his ledger today. Down underneath, Levias on a great dish from Abdi Dahir. Levias now with 12. Quickly the other way.
That was a travel that way too, I think.
Laying it off glass and in, Jerome Mabry, his second bucket of the contest. Back to a 5-point game. Gentry gets caught in a trap, steps through it, finds Abdi Dahir on the left-hand lay-in is good. Boy, that's taking something and taking nothing and making it something. Rustlers almost with a steal as they throw bodies all over the place. Down low, Richard goes to get the ball. Gutierrez has it knocked out of there. Taken away by Gentry. Gentry to Dahir. He'll spot for 3 on the way. That one's no good. Rebound put back up and in and one. Johnny Levias.
They're putting his stamp on this game for certain. And another timeout's going to be called by Northwest.
Yeah, he's got 4 left, now 3 as Coach Jay Collins calls a timeout. Central, their biggest lead of the night. A 9-point advantage with 17:57 left. It's 47-38 Central.
And 2 timeouts in 2 minutes and 3 seconds of the second half.
CWC Discover Day is going to be virtual this year. It's going to be March 9th, 10th, and 11th, where you can talk with faculty from different programs. You can hear from a student panel, and you'll learn all about scholarships and campus life, all from the comfort of your own home. It is virtual, but you do need to RSVP at cwc.edu/discover, and we'll see you make your way at Central. And if you're a little closer to home, CWC Film Program is hosting an audition. They're looking for actors and actresses of all ages and talents. So
put the mic down.
I believe you were in the movie Saw, if I'm not mistaken.
I was in Julius Caesar. I had the line size him, if you recall. But
that'll be March 2nd at the Riverton campus, March 3rd at the Lander Center. Get a hold of our film instructor, Jeremy Nielsen. And thanks to our student broadcast crew, again, Dominic Dianzi and Newmark Rica Franca are down there. Newmark's camera going to be focused on a Johnny Levias here in a minute. And then Jackson and Riley are in the top of the crow's nest up here. So 2 sophomores and 2 freshmen running the cameras, and our director is the freshman, Wyatt Barichka, who he did the play-by-play for the earlier game.
I've not seen Dominic except from afar this entire school year, by the way.
Well, he had COVID earlier, so
Let's keep him that way then.
it's a good thing to keep him at arm's length or further. 10-point game
lengths.
On the 3-point play by Levias. He's got 15. Mabry for 3. Got it. Boy, just left him wide open, and he snaps nylon.
He's been their offense's half.
He's got all 5 of their points in the second half as Central's outscored him 11-5. Gentry, Richard, Fritz on him. A couple of 3-point snipers guarding each other. Searles working one-on-one, drives in, dish underneath. Levias, he'll get bodied out of there, but he'll go to the line.
He was checked hockey style, basically.
Foul on Gutierrez. That'll be his second personal foul. They got him for 3.
Just like at Lake Tahoe when they were playing on top of that snow cone.
3 personal fouls on Gutierrez. Levias in a quiet crowd, front of the iron, no good. That's his first miss from the stripe tonight. Levias, by the way, 71% on the year from the stripe. Second, good. Back to an 8-point game. 10 points, the biggest margin for the Rustlers in this one so far. Oyeku to Peterson. Back to Mabry. Fritz, long 3, buries it. Jaron Fritz has 8. That was a long 3 as well as he drilled it.
Well, the 3 is the big equalizer because CWC kind of streaked out to lead. Now it's down to 5 with those 2 threes.
Abdi bodied by Peterson, saved inbounds to Davis Richard, 15-foot floater, misses. Ball tapped out of there. It's going to be Northwest basketball.
But you're seeing CWC's dominance on the board, though, even though they aren't able to finish that play. By the way, I tracked one of our volleyball players, Aubrey Walcott, is starting and is the setter at Bluefield College. And they're on 9-6 on the year.
There you go. Hope you save that and bring it on the game Friday.
They might have a better record by then.
Loigu into the ball game as well as Jaquel Goss. Loigu to Goss on the short corner. Out. Levias went to take a charge. He took a headshot as he tried to take a charge, and he fell right in to, I think, Goss, and he got his head knocked a little bit there. Going to stop in play as Adam Simon looks at Johnny Levias. Central already losing a player tonight to a concussion, and that was
in the gals game.
Yeah, that was Meyer Riwaka as Goss got the score and Levias goes down. And he'll come out, as will Abdi Dahir.
And the lead shrinks to 3.
49-46, 16-41, full court pressure now out of the Trappers. Koch into the ball game with Klumach as Dahir and Levias went out.
And it proves that second timeout really wasn't hasty. It sort of righted the ship temporarily.
Well, and Levias going to be heading to the locker room, unfortunately, for Central, as Adam will check him out. Searles, dish to Koch, lay it up and in. Nice dish by Jalen Searles to Caden Koch, who has 6 points.
Well, they gave Searles the baseline somewhat surprisingly, and he takes advantage of it with a great pass.
He kind of took it with a pretty good first move on Peterson, actually, as Peterson gathers it back, hands it out to Oyeku. Baseline Fritz for 15, goes 16, and Koch pulls it off the hardwood and brings it the other way. 4 rebounds, 6 points for Caden Koch.
And Fritz hears it from our volleyball team.
Searles for 3, knocks it down. Back to an 8-point Rustler lead again. 15:45 left to play in the ball game. A steal.
More of a giveaway.
Pretty much. And then a blocking foul on Loigu. And they'll say it's on the ground. Loigu will pick up his first personal foul, and on the ground will be out of bounds. Maddox will check in for Davis Richard as Guthrie checks in for Northwest. Final score from Rock Springs, Western wins it. And a foul on Central. Western wins it 84-79, and Kott's going to be called for that foul, clearing out underneath. Second personal on Caden. Sam Harrison, the assistant coach for Jack Schmidt,
Heard
saying,
that.
Caden, you can't touch anybody. Kind of, I think, more for the referee's benefit than Caden's benefit, obviously. Loigu, Guthrie, stopped at the top, hooks it away, saved in front of the bench. Back to Guthrie. Throws it into the backcourt. That'll be over and back in the Central. Rustlers will get the ball on the 14th turnover by the Trappers. Driving, shot's gonna roll out, and Guthrie will get the rebound. Loigu shovels it off underneath. Goss missing it too far, gets his own rebound, and gets fouled by Klumak. Goss with the offensive board, and
So we see lead kind of courting back and forth here a bit.
and you know, it's kind of how the ladies' game went. They would go from
A bigger accordion there.
yeah, a little bit bigger accordion for sure.
Might have been a concertina.
Goss at the line. First is good. That foul, by the way, was on Klumak, his third personal, as Stephen Long will check in for Jalen Gentry.
Long had some good minutes in that first half, too.
Yeah, 4 points and 4 rebounds in the first half. Goss gets 1 of 2, and the rebound's going to go out of bounds. Central will get it. Jaquel Goss, by the way, is a 60% free throw shooter. That was only his sixth and seventh free throw of the season.
The percentage got hit bad then.
Yeah, it kind of took a hit for sure. Central getting the team rebound. Underneath, Long was wide open, but he couldn't corral it. And it goes out of bounds. Turnover Central, their 10th.
Everything right except the finish. Well, maybe the near finish, I should say.
Peterson 3. Nope, can't get his 4th.
Haven't got the three-point game really completely untracked yet.
Driving, bucket, Maddox, and 1. Jake Maddox with 8 points.
There's one for you, too. Have we had an athlete from New Mexico before?
You keep asking me these things with very little preparation as
Oh, it's not a record image of a Sarah Sooth.
as a know-it-all.
Of a know it, maybe something.
Foul was whistled on Guthrie, and Maddox will go to the line. New Mexico. I got to say we have, but I can't think of anybody off the top of my head as he can't get the free throw.
So if I would have said Monaco, you perhaps would have said the same thing, right?
I'm pretty sure we haven't had one from Monaco. Baseline, Gutierrez working on Koch. Thrown away as Searles just took it out of the air. Hill up ahead to Stephen Long. Lay it up and in. 6 points, Stephen Long.
Searles made the play go, though.
Now biggest lead again has grown to 11 on the wider accordion. Block. And then a foul on Koch after they blocked Oyeku the first time. He got his own rebound. And then the foul on Koch will be Caden's 3rd. And that will send Oyeku back to the free throw line. Trappers 69% as a team. Oyeku misses the first. Shea is a 67% free thrower himself. Northwest shooting free throws here today, 7 of 11, 64%. 6 of 21 from the arc, and they get the second one. And Shea will come out of the game, and actually Mabry is going to come out. Goss comes back in. 11-point lead for Central was their biggest. They lead by 10 now with 13:45 remaining in the contest regulation time. Central has played 2 overtime games this season. Boy, that was almost dangerous, as running back into the game area was Levias as Maddox 3, no good. Klumak sails in for the 3, but it's going to be taken out of there by Goss. Levias was coming back to the game, and he was running back to the bench, as that's a nice lay-in by Oyeku, and Long almost threw it to him on the baseline. Klumak the distance, can't get it, but he's knocked to the floor and fouled. Foul is on Goss, Fritz, his first. Central ball out of bounds and underneath their own window to the right. Maddox will inbound. 8 points for Jacob, and then Koch just throws that one away. Off balance, Gutierrez takes it, misses the lay in the other way. Koch with a hustle play back down the line, the other way to get the rebound. Nice job by the big fella after giving up the turnover. Klumak. One bounce through the pick. Abdi. Cross court, Maddox. One touch pass, Long. Drives in, lays it up with the right hand, and one. Jacob Long with 8 points. And an and one.
Not sure I can withstand too many body bumps from Koch in the middle, however.
Goss will get his third. Koch will come out. Good news is Levias checks back in. Klumak out, Gentry in. I'm going to go look at a couple of things here right now as Stephen Long is at the line. Stephen's high point game is 8. Guess what he has right now?
23.
Now 9, his new career high as a rustler, puts the lead back to 11.
You led me to that. I did not catch that.
I was taking that horse to water. Loigu guarded by Long. Going to look at Jake Maddox's career high here in a minute, as he also has 8. 12:20 remaining in the contest. Central by 11. Driving shot, no good. Long the rebound. 5 boards for Stephen Long tonight.
It's weird that the lead is 11, but you almost get a sense it should be bigger than that.
Maddox out to Long. Driving, stops by the travel, then did as he knocks it down, but they'll call him on the turnover.
The problem was he didn't stop, I guess. So.
Tying his career high is Stephen Maddox now with 8. Kicking it out to Gutierrez for 3. That one dish pans out, but a rebound by Mabry. 3 on the outside, no good. Levias says, okay, we're done.
Yeah, they're shooting threes, but it's not Peterson or Fritz shooting them right now.
Yeah, no, that is true. Levias backing down Mabry. Spins, rejected by Mabry, out of bounds with 18 to shoot. Jalen Searles back into the contest for Stephen Long, a new career high for Stephen. He's got 5 boards and 9 rebounds to go along with that. Excuse me, 5 boards and 9 points.
That would be 14 rebounds.
Yeah, boards and rebounds are kind of the same thing in stat world, aren't they? Shot misses by Central, back the other way. Peterson with it. Driving, nice dish. Gutierrez lays it in. Great dish by Loigo to Gutierrez, who has 7.
It seems like when he penetrates, better things happen for them when he's out there.
9-point game, 11 minutes left to play. Guthrie will check back in, almost stolen away by Gutierrez as Oyeku steps out. Guthrie comes in. 11:03 left, 61-52 Central. Again, Western defeated Casper tonight, 84-79. I do not have an LCCC update, as again their web stream has croaked early in the women's game tonight. Long three, Searles is good. Jalen Searles for three, and a Brad Schmidt timeout with 10:47 left to play. And a 12-point lead now, Central's biggest of the contest. We'll step aside and take this break with them as well. 64-52, Central will return after this on 88.1, streaming live at rustlerathletics.com. Central with a 12-point lead. That is their biggest of the night as it comes on the Jalen Searles trifecta. 10:47 remaining in the contest. Central looking for just their second win of the year and their first conference win here in the conference opener. Full court pressure, man-to-man by the Rustlers. Gentry working on Loigu. Gets it across the timeline. High post, Mabry. Spins on Levias, got him one way and then left it up with the other hand. Nice move.
It's sort of interesting. He did to Levias what Levias does to other people basically there.
Searles comes hobbling out of the pack down there. And he's going to come stand in the corner as the referees stop play for just a brief second.
I think they thought he was injured. He might have been taking just a little bit of a
he's still
recoup there.
Still hobbling out there as Gentry working on Loigu. Finds Abdi to here. Maddox back to Gentry. Jalen. And Searles playing catch at the top. 10 to shoot. Searles just inside the three line. Back of the iron. Not close. And the rebound, Peterson. Trappers down by 10 with the basketball. Haven't seen much of Jaron Fritz in the second half of this ball game, to be honest with you. Gutierrez baseline, Mabry back up top. Gutierrez for three, and he'll knock down the triple. He's got 10. Lead is back to single digits at 7. Jaron Fritz with 8 points tonight. Two three-pointers for the Glen Rock Herder. Abdi stolen away by Peterson, but then stolen back by Levias. Jump ball coming up, Central basketball. Or do they give a timeout?
Timeout for Northwest.
So Central will commit the turnover. That's 13 turnovers. And a full timeout coming to the Trappers. They're down to, I think, 2 left, maybe 1 after this. 64-57 Central, the lead. Full timeout. Final 9:20 coming up in a moment on 88.1. Stay tuned for the Wyandotte post-game show at the conclusion of this ball game. Central with a 64-57 advantage. Northwest, though, got the turnover, and they have the basketball out of the timeout.
Again, Hayden Peterson involved in that.
Yeah, hustle play by the former Bison, Trey Schroeffel.
Was it Troy?
Trey.
Basketball,
basketball Trey. Driving is Loigu, he'll miss it, Searles the rebound, and then they'll turn it right over. Wow. 3 good by Loigu. Wow, what a
I don't think he wanted that shot to begin with, but
strange turn of events off of that episode there. 4-point game now. 64-60 baseline. Searles, 15, good. 10 points, Jalen Searles. Loigu, baseline. Guthrie, 3 is in and out. Abdi the rebound. Maddox, offensive foul in the middle of the paint as he got tied up by Peterson anyway.
and
But
he
they'll
kind
call
of
it
got
for the foul.
steered by the other Northwest trapper kind of into that, so he had no place to go but do that.
Kind of hazed him a bit. And now another timeout coming. As Coach Schmidt has seen his team play very good at certain points and then not so good at other points, and a little frustrated as this timeout comes with 8:32 left. Coach Collins talking with one official on one end of the court, and Coach Schmidt waiting a bit before he goes in to talk to his team on the other end of the court. Jack Klumak will check in. Rustlers are on the road this weekend as they will be taking on the Western Mustangs. They will do so Saturday at 2 and 4 at Rushmore Gym in Rock Springs. Both Rustler teams on the road this Saturday. Volleyball is at home on Friday. They'll host Northwest at 6 o'clock. Then they'll be on the road for 6 straight matches.
It's a weird schedule because they have a chance to go to 3-0, but what does that mean exactly? Because they're all going to be home wins if they win this one on Friday.
Yeah, then go steal some on the road if you can.
That's what you've got to do if you're going to win.
6 straight on the road and then 2 to close it out at home late in the month of March.
So just 3 more home ones, is that correct?
Yep, one being Friday. Region 9 volleyball will be in Casper this year on the rotating basis. Loigu with it out of the timeout. Driving and a travel violation on Mabry as he went at Koch. 16 turnovers as Mabry comes out. Goss will check in his place. Despite 16 turnovers and getting out rebounded, the Trappers very much alive in this ball game, down by 6 right now. Still 8 minutes left to play in the contest. Klumak to Gentry. Baseline, Guthrie shuts him off there. Down low to Koch. Koch makes room, banks it in. Caden Koch with 8.
Using the body to his advantage.
Also has 5 rebounds. Wide open Peterson, down low Goss. Back out Guthrie. Gutierrez 3 misses the mark badly, and Klumak will come away with a rebound.
It seems like their typical shooters aren't the ones making taking the shots.
Well, like I said, we have not seen much of Jaron Fritz in this second half. Koch wide open underneath, pump fake, lets Goss fly by and notches it. He's got 10.
And the lead back to the double digits.
And it's been a weird accordion for sure. Guthrie floating baseline. I don't know if he thought he was going to get a foul as that ball goes out of bounds, and Caden Koch going to help up both Levias and Klumak. I don't know if Guthrie thought he was going to get the and one when he shot that, but nonetheless.
And I think on the Rustler side, expecting maybe the offensive foul.
Right. Loigu will set it in motion. Fritz back into the game. He'll shoot the 3 right off of the bench and miss it. And Long will get the rebound. 6 boards for Stephen Long. Baseline, driving, Klumak will get this little floater in the paint.
And add an assist to the Long numbers as well.
Klumak has 6. Turnover by the Trappers. And again, they're down by 12. They were down by 6 out of that timeout. Now find themselves down a dozen.
And now the clock working against them as well. At 6:57 to go.
Caden Koch, by the way, I've got him for 10 points. That is a new career high for him. So Long with 9, Koch with 10, both setting new Rustler highs for themselves. Levias and Peterson, will they count that bucket? Peterson takes the brunt of that and gets the foul. And they will
not
say
too happy about it either.
Not say that he was shooting, so it will be 1 in the bonus for Johnny Levias. 16 points, 8 rebounds for Levias. Central with a 12-point lead, looking for their biggest lead of the night. Free throw by Levias is good. 17 for Ajani. Again, he had 20 a couple of Sundays ago against NJC with 11 rebounds. He had 23 in the OT loss last Tuesday night to Western Nebraska. And now 17 points, 8 rebounds for Levias here tonight, getting the start, in fact. And did not get the second one. Ball goes off of Gutierrez, out of bounds. Central will get it. Klumak battling down there with the Trappers, and ball goes out of bounds. Central will get it.
You know, Levias with the start and Koch with the knots are both taking advantage of it, really.
Absolutely. As that ball thrown away, Gutierrez taking it the distance, lays it up, and blocked in by Stephen Long, pretty much. As you can hear him slap the backboard. Gutierrez has 12. He is the leading scorer tonight for the Trappers. 10 by Hayden Peterson. Baseline, Long penetrates. He will throw it up and in. Adding to his career high total as a Rustler. He's now got 11, and the lead is 13. 75-62, 6:05 left. Fritz to Peterson. Klumak on him defensively. Get it back to Peterson.
You know, it'd be interesting to know what the high school highs of some of these kids were, you know. Young men, young ladies.
Mabry, no good. Levias working on the double-double. He's one away by my tally from the double-double. Long hands it back to Gentry. Jalen stops for 15, misses it. Levias, the rebound. He's going to get that double-double on both of those attempts, but he misses. And it's taken away. Left-hand layup good by Oyeku. He took it the distance, cuts the lead back to 11. 5:20 left to play in the ball game. Gentry zigs on Oyeku and gets fouled by Shea. Third personal on Oyeku. And it will send Jalen Gentry to the line with 5:17 remaining. Gentry, free throw left, good. Jalen Gentry just 3 points tonight.
Hasn't shot it that often, for one thing.
Right, 3 for 5 from the line. Puts the lead back to 12.
I feel like he took kind of a floater and a 3 in the first half. I don't know if he shot here in the second half.
A long 3 that he shot as he'll buck the odds on his free throw shooting from earlier. He's 4 of 6 now, and a timeout called by Brad Schmidt. 77-64, Central by 13 with 5:17 left. We'll come back with the final 5:17 after this. This is Rustler Basketball on 88.1, streaming live on rustlerathletics.com. Trapper basketball, 5:17 remaining, 77-64 Central the lead. And Stephen Long with his career high of rebounding tonight as well. 6 boards with 11 points I've got for Stephen Long coming off the bench here tonight.
With him in there right now, he's probably going to pick up some more numbers.
Fritz short for 3, but Gutierrez the rebound. Peterson, long 3, no good. Fritz the rebound. He'll be rejected by Levias, but fouled by Johnny.
I wasn't sure if his feet were moving or not as he was jockeying underneath there. Apparently not.
Johnny Levias' second personal foul. Just the 5th team foul of the second half by Central. Only 8 on the other side by the Trappers, as Jaron Fritz is a point away from double digits tonight.
It says the home team and the visiting team both eating pizza. And that's the first time I can recall pizza from all 3 local pizza chains.
Fritz gets the second one. And he'll come out of the ball game as Loigu will come in for him with 4:53 left.
Pretty standard road food, for the, on these trips.
Nobody in any foul trouble, really. There's several players with 3, but there's 5 minutes left in the game. Gentry had a wolf at the door, but Levias kicks it to Koch, spins, big fella, dishing down low and out of bounds, turnover Central. Dead even in the turnovers now at 16 apiece in this ball game. Coach Schmidt said in the onset, he said, if we just need to shoot the ball well tonight. Right now, they are 31 of 56, that's 55%, 12 of 19 from the free throw line, 63%. Wanted to be, that was just thrown away, or was it tipped? It was tipped by the Rustlers. Only 3 of 15 tonight from the arc, 20% for the Rustlers.
In fact, we've not seen David for quite a while in this game.
Gentry with a steal and a blocking foul. And that foul on the Trappers will be the 4th by Oyeku. Need to see if we can take this hoop down, because I miss a lot of action underneath the hoop from this extra hoop on the side of the gym folded up to the rafters.
A pretty good sized crescent wrench and some trapeze ability.
Little cable cutters. And Gentry at the line. He's 4 of 6 on the night. 5 of 7.
Wise if the people sit in another section while we're doing that.
We'll swing back and get close to the bleachers, but Gentry 3 free throws in a row. Central 13 of 20 for the game. Trappers are 10 of 14 on the other side as Gentry gets both. Four minutes remaining. Oh, a near steal by Gentry is kind of some careless dribbling by Oyeku.
Like maybe a carry in there as well.
Fritz to Gutierrez. Up top, wide open. Shot good by Mabry. That's the second time he's been left wide open and he's stuck it in the eye.
Kind of dared him to shoot it, and he did.
Yeah, he's got 12 points with a couple of threes now, and the lead is back to 10. Klumak running past his man, throws it over the head of Koch. And a banker no good. Rebound by Gutierrez. Thought maybe might have traveled before they got there. Fritz for 3 on the other end. He'll finally light one down. 13 for Fritz in a 7-point game now. They had their biggest lead of 13 a bit ago, and back-to-back trifectas by the Trappers have it at a 7-point game with 3:15 remaining in the contest. Gentry batted away from him by Oyeku. Shot clock at 7. Up top, long, down low, Koch. Bank it at the 2-second mark. And a new career high tally continues for Caden Koch with 12 now.
That's a good shot to be able to take with time running out on the shot clock.
Got pretty high percentage for sure. And we're going to foul away from the basketball on Johnny Levias. And that'll be number 3 on Johnny Levias. Still not shooting though. 6th team foul on the Rustlers. Not a lot of fouls called in this second half. Inbound, knocked away, but Mabry battles it, gets it back. Hands it back to Oyeku. 10 on the shot clock. Fritz, long 3, buries another one. 16 for Jaron Fritz. Just gets past his average on the couple of free throws in the last 2 threes he's shot, and it's back to a 6-point game. Gentry beat up way outside by Oyeku. Looking for a pick from Koch. Jalen runs through everybody, dishes underneath. Klubach bank it up and in. Nice job by Jalen Gentry, attracted a lot of attention. Dished it off to Klubach, and he'll knock it down with an 8-point game at 2:11 left and a timeout on the floor. Once again, recapping your upcoming schedule, the CWC women's volleyball team hosting Northwest College at 6 o'clock on Friday night here
That's
at
a 6 o'clocker, huh?
Rustler Gymnasium. And then the Rustler basketball team for a 2 and a 4 o'clocker Saturday on the road at Western Wyoming College in Rock Springs. And if you want to see the volleyball team, you'll have 3 chances left. One Friday, and then you'll have to wait 3 weeks, and then the last 2 days, last 2 weekends, or last 2 games in March.
If you want to see them here.
Yes, if you want to see them here in the home gym. Eight-point game, Trappers with a basketball. After the bucket by Klumach. Right at 2 minutes left to play in the contest. Gutierrez hands it up top. Oyeku trying to get a pick for Fritz. Good defense by Klumach as he fought through all the picks. Gutierrez lean in, no good. Levias comes out of the pack with it and has it knocked out of his hands into the hands of Jaron Fritz, who goes baseline. Fires one crazy, got it and one. Holy cow, nice play by Jaron Fritz.
Well, they're changing 3s for 2s, and they're sneaking back into the ballgame with that MO.
Foul on Klumach is his 4th. And it's going to send Jaron Fritz back to the line. He's got 18. He scored 30, as I mentioned, against Western Nebraska, hitting 8 of 12 three-pointers in that ball game. Free throw by Fritz is good, 19.
The offensive defensive substitution right now.
Yep, Fritz will come out, Loigu back in. 1:41 remaining. Central trying to hang on. They lead by 5.
I think Logo has had some good minutes, however, for them.
Yeah, he definitely has. Region 9 North opener. Levias way out of the midcourt circle to Klumach. Trappers have ramped up the defense. One extra pass to Long, and he'll lose a handle on it. He was coming in to rebound, and Koch shot it past him. Peterson driving, kicks it up top. Three-pointer on the way, Oyeku skims off the iron, no good. Boy, that'd have been a big one right there.
Been huge.
Coach Collins asking for pressure. 5-point game, 60 seconds remaining in the contest. And a timeout. Coach Schmidt wanted his point guard to go out and get that basketball from his trapped player out there.
Trapped by a trapper,
Trapped by a trapper, a pair of them, in fact. 1:01 left to play, 83-78 Central with a 5-point lead in the basketball. We'll come back and finish it after this on 88.1. Can't thank them enough, but our student media crew out of the new media programs, Professor Amanda Nikoloff. Also a big thanks to Francis Obakoya. He is our Wyoming PBS engineer for everything that he does for these broadcasts. Sophomore golfer from Evanston, Dominic Dianzi, on the camera on the end of the northwest floor. Sophomore film student, Newmark Erika Franca, and new media major as well. He is from the Philippines by way of Cheyenne East High School. He's on the central end of the floor. Riley Bouillon, a golfer from Salt Lake, on one of the game cams up top. And we've also got Jackson hanging out with us up here as well. He's from Cody, as well as our director, Wyatt Barichka, freshman from Cody, our student broadcast crew. Long dunk, emphasizing his night as the Rustlers' great passing to put the lead back out to 7. Great execution out of the timeout. 3, Mabry, good. He's got another one. 3 threes in the second half by Jerome Mabry. He's got 15 points, and the lead cut to 4.
How big would that 3 have been on the last possession down there then?
Absolutely. But how about the passing by Central? It was just kind of like drawn up by the Hoosiers. They just threw I don't know if the ball touched the ground, and then Stephen Long gets the flush. 13 points for Long, 12 for Koch. Johnny Levias leads with 17. Jalen Searles has 10. Levias also has 12 rebounds unofficially in this ball game. Jaron Fritz leading the Trappers with 19. He was held to 5 in the first half. 12 for Gabriel Gutierrez, 15 by Jerome Mabry, 10 for Hayden Peterson. All 10 of the Buffalo Bison's points came in the first half of this ball game, as he has not scored in the second half.
Interesting, your local players are a Buffalo and a Herder.
Yes. Well, and Glenrock has kind of bounced back and forth between 2A and
of hurting of Buffalo.
Okay, gotcha. Glenrock being a 2A/3A team over the last couple of years, and Jaron Fritz leading this team with 19. Gentry triple teamed, comes out of the pack, finds Levias. They will just pull up. Foul should be coming soon, I would think. Not going to give the foul though. Shot clock down to 18.
And now, why bother? If you're
Yeah,
down to
exactly. At this point, it's down to 10. There's no reason to do it. Levias into the corner. Davis Richard for 3. Can't get it to go. And the missed 3, Oyeku comes away with the rebound. Gutierrez the distance and 1 with 12 seconds left to play. Wow. Crazy turn of events there. Gutierrez down by 4, just took it all the way to the rack and gets fouled, and the foul is on Stephen Long.
I think we expected it to be a dish, drive and dish is what I think we expected it to be.
Gutierrez, free throw, no good. Rebound though, Levias. And waiting for the foul, and finally he gets it. 13 rebounds for Johnny Levias, and he will go to the line. With Gutierrez missing that free throw. Big, because Levias can make it back to a 2-possession game with 8.6 seconds left. 17 points, 13 rebounds for Johnny Levias getting the start tonight. Cannot make it a 2-possession game as he misses the first. Central 14 of 22 from the stripe, and Coach Collins wants a timeout.
And if you're CWC, do you foul then, to keep him from shooting the 3? Or, well, I guess a lot depends what he'd do with the second free throw.
And it would be only a 1 in the bonus, for sure. But they only have 8 team fouls right now, so it would not be a 2-shot foul on top of it. The Rustler Report Sports Talk Show comes your way weekly at 9 a.m. on Thursday mornings. And you can listen to Joel and I talk about all things CW Sports with the coaches and players. Tomorrow, our guests will be Ava Rasmussen and Mary Moyle from the volleyball team. We'll also talk with Coach Drew Schrock of the rodeo team and Jake Rosenberg, our interim head soccer coach. Also, there is an announcement forthcoming on the new CWC golf coach after Russ Holgate has stepped down.
He has. I did not know he had. When did this happen?
A new golf coach will be introduced probably by about close of business tomorrow. It's been a couple weeks, actually.
I did not know that. He's had some success, especially with the gals teams.
Matter of fact, there's a couple of banners, I think, are in Sarah's office awaiting to be hung for the golf team. Levias will get the second one and make it a full 1-possession game, and Brad Schmidt calls a timeout. And maybe to talk about just that after the fact of the free throw, will they foul not with 8.6 seconds left?
There's a big difference too between the men's and the women's game. They can't advance the ball here.
Right.
Like if you advanced it, you could probably, try to sell that we're shooting a 3, which you're really not gonna be able to sell if you're like 80 some feet away from the basket.
Now, is there a extra penalty for fouling before the ball is inbounded? If they're still holding it, is that a
Yes.
Is that a thing in JUCO college basketball?
Now that's the thing too. I guess rules are different for the various levels.
Ladies fell 78-75. Men leading by that same margin now, though, at 86-83. Fritz and Peterson down in the three-point area.
Timeouts do they have? No timeouts left. This would be big if you had one left to make the long pass to half court. They get another timeout, but there's none left.
No timeouts.
But 8 seconds is plenty of time
for either team, unless you throw it away. His foot was on the line. That is not what you want, obviously, but they just throw it away fairly uncontested in the backcourt, to be honest.
Yeah. Kind of a nuisance press was all they were kind of putting on him, trying to make him use clock. And you're going to see a foul here to hope they miss 2 free throws is what Northwest is going to want.
Klumak trying to get it in the hands of Gentry, and the foul is going to be called on Oyeku. I think that's 5 on him. And there answers your question. There's no extra penalty for fouling before the ball is inbounded, as he was fouling Jalen Gentry, the point guard, fighting through the pick, trying to get the ball on the inbound.
I think if you foul somebody that's on the bench, there is.
Or in the crowd. Gentry at the line. He's got 6 points, all of it from the free throw line here tonight. Now 7. 7 of 9, trying to go 8 of 10. The point guard, Jalen Gentry. Central going to go to 1-0 on the season. And more importantly, 1-0 on the season in the conference. They'll go to 2-7 overall as Gentry gets both. 88-83, Loigu.
Almost fouled him too.
Mabry 3 is an air ball at the buzzer, and this ball game is over. 88-83 Central. They will go to 2-7 on the season and 1-0 in the North Region 9 Conference. On the other side, the Northwest Trappers will fall to 6-5, 0-1 in the Region 9 North Basketball Conference. I might have said North 4A in the middle of that, as I've been in that 4A mode watching my kid play for the Wolverines as they battled and won a conference title here. And Gentry and Mabry shaking hands as they cross court, and this one is over. 88-83 the final. Central, the victors, as the Rustlers go 1-1 on the night. The ladies fell 78-75. The men win 88-83. We'll be back. Your post-game show brought to you by Wydot is coming up next. This is Rustler Basketball on 88.1, streaming live at rustlerathletics.com. Okay. Oh, we got to get our other. Back to Rustler Gymnasium on 88.1. We had some stuff going crazy and haywire here. Is that our post-game show? It's brought to you by Wydot as the Rustlers win it by a final count of 88-83. We are joined by our head men's coach, Brad Schmidt. And, you know, you talked about shooting the ball tonight. 55% I had you for from the field. Unfortunately, 3 of 16 from the arc. Not quite what you were hoping for there. But bottom line is your kids are 1-0 in the conference right now. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot, John. Yeah, that was the message, that we were starting league play 0-0. And, I feel if we can win, all 5 of our home region games and sneak a couple out on the road, we could be in this thing at the end of it. And it had to start tonight, by going 1-0. And my guys never make it easy on our coaching staff, but they made enough plays and hit some free throws late and got it done. So I'm incredibly proud of them.
He's changed up the starting lineup tonight. Johnny Levias, I had him at 18 points, 13 rebounds. I'm not sure what they had him at
18 and 10, but yeah, he's a beast on the glass.
Double-double, so he turns out and performs. And then Caden Koch goes with a career-high 12 points with 5 boards tonight. And then Stephen Long comes off the bench and adds 13 with about 6 rebounds for you as well. Jake Maddox, new career, ties his career high of 8 points tonight. So you got some good minutes out of a lot of different people.
Yeah, man, it's just I'm just still trying to figure this team out. It's just like I told you in the pregame interview, in a typical year, we're 9 games into a season. That's going to happen, when you got 9 new guys in a 10-man rotation. It's just so weird this year that there's this sense of urgency, with only 9 games remaining, and we just started region play. So, guys when they get opportunities got to keep stepping up, and I'm gonna play the guys that have the hot hand in that lineup in the second half. With Jack and Steven and Caden and Jalen and Johnny. That was kind of the team that really got us going there in the second half. So it's cool to see those guys play well because some of them haven't played much.
Kind of like an old horror movie. We had to drive a stake through their heart because they kept coming back alive, didn't they?
It's unreal, Joel. I mean, that big kid's hit maybe I think 1 or 2 threes all year. He's shooting like 5% on the season, and he goes 3 for 5. And I mean, I got arguably my best shooter, one of the best shooters ever had, wide open in the corner to put us up 7 to win the game, and he misses it. And it's just kind of how our season's been so far. And it's not we're fighting adversity. We just when we need to make a play, we haven't made it as frequently as I would like, and it seems like the other teams are just constantly making plays on us. And I don't think it has anything to do with our defense because, I mean, you look tonight, same thing, 43 from the field, 36 from the arc, out-rebounded by 14. I mean, we're playing high-level college basketball. We got to start making more plays when it matters.
But on the other hand, this was a type of game you were losing before, too. So that's, even with some of those flaws that you're pointing out right now, it is the W.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's hard to win college basketball games, I mean, at any level. And I think my guys are getting exposed to that, understanding that, they see these guys and, they don't got any size. And, it's not like they have great athletes, but they play hard and they play together, and they play as a team. And if you do that at the college level, you can have success.
I think it's the suit.
Yeah.
Changed the coaching attire a little bit as well.
Well, we actually had to kick the guys out of practice yesterday on Tuesday, and we came back today, and we just wanted to be a little bit lighter and shoot around. And then I was working out this morning, going through my stretching routine, and I was like, we got to get suited and booted tonight. It's business time. It's business time. And unfortunately now I think I'm going to have to take a suit down to Rock Springs on Saturday since we're 1-0 in the suits for the season.
I thought there was an after-game dance that I wasn't aware of or something. But
Speaking of, the Western Mustangs beat the Casper Thunderbirds tonight 84-79. I don't have anything on Eastern, and LCCC as their web stream unfortunately was down, and I have no other contacts down there. But talk about hitting on the road down to Rushmore Gym to play Coach Sosa, a good friend of yours and a team that won the region last year.
Yeah. It's Coach Sosa. He does an awesome job with his guys, and got a lot of respect for him and Coach Pierce, their assistant. And anybody that has Dane Prim on their team is still the favorite in the region, in my opinion. And we will see what we can do on Saturday afternoon against those guys. It's a team we haven't historically played very well against, so I'm hoping to reverse that trend maybe this year.
I had a question about who the favorite was, but you kind of answered that. But there is sort of a wide openness to it seems like this year too, though. It seems like
I think so, Joel. I think it's more open. I mean, Sosa's team at Western's not as loaded as they were last year. But as I said, they went 30-4 last season, and I've nicknamed them the Fighting Prims. And as long as Dane's on that team, they're incredibly hard to beat, and they just know how to win. They expect to win, where we're still trying to figure out how to win with all of our new guys.
I had that conversation with your point guard earlier today about it. Says that seems to be the bar right now. We're there, but it's a young team that doesn't know how to win.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting. I still think it goes back to what I talked about, these young teams that did not have the same preparation a team typically would at all levels of basketball, and it's affecting young teams more.
Yeah, 100%, Joel. And I think what's really affecting us too when you look at that is the unorthodox of the season. We really needed the 5 to 6 JUCO Jamboree games to start the year, and we really needed the two-part season where my guys could play 10 games, figure some stuff out, go through some of the tough coaching aspects, go home, decompress for 4 or 5 weeks, and then come back with a full expectation of what college basketball was like. And we just haven't had that. They're just getting smacked in the face night in and night out, and it's something they got to grow up quick. But we got a good group of guys, and I still don't feel like we've clicked fully. And when it happens, we are going to be scary. I hope it happens in the next 9 games. But we got a lot of room for improvement.
Good luck Saturday. Congratulations on this one, 1-0.
Yeah, man. Thank you, guys.
It's head coach Brad Schmidt as you are listening to the YDOT postgame show on 88.1. We'll come back. We'll give you some final statistics here on your YDOT postgame show. That is next on Rustler Basketball. They victorious tonight, 88-83. And we'll be back with stats and wrap it up right after this. This is the YDOT postgame show on 88.1. Let's take a look at your final statistics in a Central win, 88-83. Now 2-7 overall, 1-0 in the North Region 9 battles. Trappers are 6-5 and 0-1. Actually, they might. I don't remember if I put that in there correctly, but 0-1 definitely in the Region 9 North right now.
That could be a dogfight when we play them up there in the future.
It was a dogfight here tonight. Johnny Levias, 18 points, 13 rebounds unofficially for the freshman. Stephen Long, new career high, 13 points. And Caden Koch, new career high, 12 points tonight. 10 points for Jalen Searles, 8 points for Jalen Gentry as he went 8 of 10 from the free throw line and hit some big ones down the stretch, 6 of 6 down the stretch in this one for the point guard from Wisconsin.
And I think what you got here, too, is the making of something, that could be special, and that is, like, who do you key on? A lot of times if you stop this player, like we were trying to stop the three-point shooter tonight for Northwest, but for CWC, as different players have their games, it's going to be like, well, we really, you're going to have to play honest defense on us, and I think that should be to our advantage, especially down the road as we get better and more mature.
Abdi and Klumak with 8 points apiece. Jake Maddox tying his career high of 8 tonight. Davis Richard had 3 points in the ball game.
And he's going to get hot again, too.
Central wins at 88-83. For the Trappers, Jaron Fritz led the way with 19 points. Gabriel Gutierrez had 14, 15 for Jerome Mabry as he hit 3 threes in the second half. He had 13 of his 15 in the second half of this ball game, and 10 for Hayden Peterson, all 10 in the first half. Andre Loigu had 9, 7 for Jaquel Goss, 2 for Jacob Schilder, and 7 for Shea Oyeku as Central wins at 88-83, your final count. Central only 3 of 16 from the arc tonight. On the other side, the Trappers 12 of 36.
But see, that's a good sign too. You didn't shoot that well, and yet you still won the ball game. It's not completely good, but there's some good in that. 17 of 25 from the free throw line for the Rustlers. 16 free throws. They made 11 for the Trappers. And so Central 1-1 on the night. The women fell 78-75. The men win 88-83 was your final score. And the Rustlers on the road to Western Wyoming on Saturday, 2-4.
volleyball team at home, 6 o'clock Friday, taking on Northwest. Final thoughts?
It's going to be close games in Rock Springs for both teams again, as we had tonight. The volleyball team, wow, that's a chance to take one more step this Friday. But here, the guys needed that win. The coach needed that win. That was a much easier interview for us.
Yeah, and they are 1-0 in the Region 9 North. Don't forget the Rustler Sports Report coming your way at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning here along the Rustler Sports Radio Network, along the Facebook streams and everything else. Central 1-1 tonight for Joel Kindle and our student broadcast crew. I'm John Gabrielson. Thanks for being a part.